this program formally, but I would like to share with you one information in advance, because after closing of the first inaugural session, we will be having one group photograph with VIPs. Space is very less here, so we have planned that we will be having this
Kindly take your seats. The program may commence shortly. Please take your seats. बोल दिया 4 बार बोल दिया फिर भी नहीं बैठ रहा नहीं मॉनिटर होता है तभी उसकी बात सर वो कंप्यूटर सोसाइटी फाइन सर हाउ आर यू दो लाइन बोल दूंगी मैं
हाँ 2 लाइन उन्हीं ने कुछ बस ये कंप्यूटर सोसाइटी ये है और उन्होंने इसको ये दिया है अवार्ड ठीक बस जब वो हम बोल प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उस टाइम
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise in your places and welcome our esteemed guests. Namaskar, very pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the National Workshop on National E-Vidhan application organized by the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Let's extend very warm welcome to our esteemed and illustrious guests on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Guest of the program, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Textiles. I request Ms. Preeti Yadav to kindly present the bouquet. Let's welcome Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines. Ms. Priyanka, kindly present the bouquet. Let's welcome Shri V. Muralidharan ji, Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and External Affairs. Ms. Soni, kindly present the bouquet. Let's also welcome Shri V. Srinivas ji, IAS, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Ms. Nidhi, kindly present the bouquet. Let's welcome Shri G. Srinivas ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Ms. Sakshi, kindly present the bouquet. The lit lamp symbolizes spiritual knowledge and eternal knowledge bestowing. So I would request our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, also Shri Prahlad Joshi ji and Shri Muralidharan ji and dignitaries to inaugurate the workshop by lighting the lamp.
अभी कल बुला रहे हैं सबको मीडिया.
Thanks a lot, sir. May the power of knowledge continue to empower us for all times to come. So how is NeVA transforming all state legislatures into digital houses and ushering in far-reaching transformation? Let's take a look. May we please have the movie? As India takes rapid digital strides to be future ready, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs has also embarked on the digital journey. The initiative of One Nation, One Application is making the legislatures go completely paperless. That also means over 5,300 members will be using digital technologies, saving tons of paper and plenty of time. NeVA is transforming all state legislatures into digital houses so as to enable them to transact the entire government business on digital platform, including information exchange with the state government departments in digital mode. It is expected to bring in far-reaching transformation in governance across the country by making the people well-informed, besides enlightening citizens and thereby strengthening the roots of democracy in the country. NeVA is not only about bringing greater synergy, coordination, transparency and accountability between the legislature and the executive in a state, but also across states. Keeping in view the latest technological development in the field of maximum use of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things has been made to make NeVA a robust IT product. NeVA is a device-neutral and member-centric application. With this, the entire information about member contact details, rules of procedure, list of business, notices, bulletins, bills, start and unstart questions, answers, papers late, committee reports, etc. are in handheld devices. Citizens would also gain access to this information at their fingertips. Parliament and state assemblies have 5,379 members who together pose nearly 2 lakh questions every year regarding the functioning of the respective governments. Also, Parliament and assemblies together present more than 500 committee reports and deal with more than 1,700 bills in a year. In addition, more than 10,000 papers are tabled and more than 25,000 notices are also given each year. This requires massive paperwork, including authentication of documents to be admitted in the respective house. The National eVidhan project is completely removing the need for use of paper in all the business transacted by Parliament and state assemblies. It will completely eliminate the process of sending out a notice or request for collection of data. Through cloud technology, data deployed can be accessed anywhere at any time. Further, live webcasting of Sunset TV is also available on this application. To implement eVidhan as a pilot project, the Bihar Legislative Council recorded a special achievement by becoming the first house in the country to transit to NeVA platform completely on 25th of November 2021. The Odisha Assembly presented the budget in paperless mode using NeVA in 2021. Other houses are also adopting the same path in the next few months with the procurement of IT devices and installation of necessary infrastructure in and around the houses. With this, noticeable changes will be seen in the functioning of all state legislatures. The Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs is providing regular training to all the legislatures. To adopt eVidhan application, Memorandum of Association have been signed with 19 states, including Punjab, Odisha, Bihar, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Manipur, Gujarat, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Puducherry, Tripura, Himachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu, Sikkim, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand and Jammu and Kashmir.
विपक्षी लोग ये हैं और कह रहे हैं कि पोर्टल वोटल सरकार भी पोर्टल से चला लेना, विधानसभा भी पोर्टल से चला लेना। विधानसभा तो नेवा से चल रही है, ये पोर्टल से ही चल रही है और ये पोर्टल तो खूब लागू करेंगे। इन पोर्टल से ही ये भ्रष्टाचार का जो खाना है ये सब खत्म करेंगे।
Technical and financial provisions have been made under NeVA for creating digital archives of entire legacy data and making it available to users, including members and citizens, in easy-to-search mode through mobile app and website as well. Over the past few years, the Union government has cut down on printing hard copies of parliamentary documents and reports. The first ever digital-only budget was presented in Parliament on February 1st, 2021. Since then, all members of Parliament are receiving soft copies of the Union budget. As we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the temple of democracy, that is, the Parliament of India and other state legislatures are rapidly progressing along the digital path. So NeVA is truly empowering our state legislatures. On that note, I would request Shri G. Srinivasji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, to deliver his welcome address.
Good morning to you all. Warm welcome to the today's national workshop. And at the outset, let me welcome the chief guest, Sri Piyush Goyalji, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Ministry of Textiles, and our Minister, Sri Prahlad Joshi, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and also the Ministry of Honorable Minister for the Coal and Mines, and our MOS, Sri V. Muralidharanji, Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and also External Affairs, and my senior colleague, Sri V. Srinivas, Secretary DAPRG. At the outset, I should thank all the state governments, assembly secretaries, and NIC for showing keen interest and participating in this two-day national workshop. As you are aware, in the presiding officer conference, the Honorable Prime Minister mooted this idea that there should be one platform on which all these legislatures should function. Accordingly, the department has come out with a program, NeVA, in which a central and state government funded sharing program is organized. You are aware that 60% central government will bear and 40% state government will bear the cost. And also in case of the Northeast, and it is 90-10, and in case of the Union Territories, it is 100% funded by the central government. So this program in the Amrit Kal, we were expected to complete quickly, but still we are somewhere in the middle of the program, and perhaps this meeting we will seek the guidance of the Honorable Ministers, and also we will listen to the state governments and to see how best we can complete the assemblies on a digital mode and make paperless. This is what the idea. As you are aware, there are 37 assemblies, 31 state governments and 6 councils, and we are somewhere 21 states are already in the process of completion, and out of which 9 states are already completely live and conducting all their budget and other businesses on live. But some of the state governments, another 10 state governments we are expecting, and few state governments are left behind, and we will try to understand what exactly the problems, we'll try to sort it out. As you are aware, this NeVA program will completely, it's a end-to-end digitized process of all the functions of the House, that is starting from your questions, how the honorable members will put a question, how the questions are replied through the individual departments. Second thing is the legislative process, entire legislative process is designed and digitized, and also passing of the bills and recording of the discussions, the bulletins, and the communication to each individual members, and also the presentation of budget. So it has all the facets of the functioning of the House. It is digitized, and perhaps this will help in saving a lot of paper and making more efficient. In fact, yearly we'll be saving around 340 crore of rupees compared to the project cost. The project cost is, initially we thought it will be 673 crores, out of which central government is going to bear 423 crores. But compared to the savings which we are doing it is an efficient model, and it is the Prime Minister's desire that all of us in these 75 years will quickly go back to the digital mode. And this NeVA program is very simple. It is applicable on desktops, it is applicable on laptops, it is applicable on the tablets, it is available on the mobile phone also. And it is a one-touch access, and multi-tenancy mode it is available, and it is cloud-based, secure, and also it is available in 13 languages. So it is for the state governments to completely migrate immediately. And the process in the central government is also very simple. We will request the state government to send us the draft proposals, which a draft is available. Once we go through the draft, we will have an MOU, and MOU will facilitate sanctioning of the funds, which will help for you to purchase the hardware, and also software is readily available. So, having said that, it is a great opportunity for the state governments to cater to the needs of the general public, because general public can communicate to their legislators, legislators who can understand how the government is functioning, executive can save a lot of effort in replacing the paper and directly communicate with the members and assembly. So this will entirely energize the democratic process. So I request all the state government to come forward and make the assemblies digitized and also can start their proceedings live. And there are certain problems. I'm sure our ministers are there. I should thank the minister, Honorable Minister, Parliamentary Affairs, readily, in spite of he is busy with so much elections, Karnataka elections. He has given the date. He was constantly advising and monitoring how to make the program immediately after these engagements are over. Similarly, our minister, the chief guest, was aware of the problems in which some states we are having, and he has agreed to talk to individual state government if there is a problem. I'm sure most of the state governments will have a lot of experience sharing, but I've seen when I think I traveled around 4 to 5 states. I traveled to Assam, I traveled to Kerala, I traveled to Haryana, I traveled to Punjab, and traveled to Sikkim. There are local issues are there. In case of Punjab, the assembly, the building is a heritage building. Even you can't drill a nail in it. So there are various problems in implementation, and this is an opportunity to learn from you what kind of problems you are facing, and we seek the guidance of the collective wisdom, and we wish within next 1 year, all the states will go live on the NeVA. And with this, I thank all the participants, and we look forward for individual interaction in near future through e-conferences and also physical visits. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. I would now request Shri V. Srinivasji, IAS, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, to deliver his special address.
Honorable Leader of the House, Rajya Sabha, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Muralidharan ji, Secretary Parliamentary Affairs, Additional Secretary Parliamentary Affairs, Director General NIC, distinguished colleagues, I am deeply privileged to attend the inaugural session of the two-day national workshop on NeVA, organized by the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs on 24th and 25th May. The National e-Vidhan application is a digital platform that seeks to transform the nation's legislatures into digitally transformed institutions with end-to-end digitization. The NeVA enables greater participation and transparency in legislative business and has been aptly titled One Nation, One Application. In my long career in Government of India spanning 23 years, I've been a witness to a lot of parliamentary history. The joint sitting of Parliament, the enactment of a stringent anti-terrorist law, the abrogation of Article 370, enactment of GST laws, 50 years, celebrations of Indian democracy, enactment of FRBM Act, and several other milestones. In addition to doing a lot of parliamentary work, like answering start questions, calling attention motions, participating in budget processes, and appearances before standing committees, and secretariat support for consultative committees. The Parliament records maintain in considerable detail debates, discussions on the floor of the House, and document standing committee reports. The same is true for state legislatures, with several moments of history being documented, including anecdotes and historical moments. My own experience of working as Secretary to Government in the Rajasthan government and Rajasthan Legislative Assembly reflects rigid adherence to records management practices. Very few parliaments and state legislatures in the world have this level of comprehensive documentation. As the G20 logo rightly says, India is the mother of democracy. In this context, I must say with great appreciation that the NeVA represents an important milestone for e-governance for Indian legislatures, bringing transparency, agility, and improved records management practices. The NeVA also caters to the needs of several stakeholders, including the presiding officers, honorable ministers, historians, research scholars, and domain experts. On this occasion, I am grateful to the leadership of the Honorable Leader of the House of Rajya Sabha and the Minister of Commerce and Industry, who has the formidable reputation of an institution builder par excellence and has created several digital institutions, including hand-holding me in the digital transformation of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in 2015. My regards to the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and the Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs, under whose leadership the NeVA is going to be implemented across the nation. My congratulations to the Secretary Parliamentary Affairs, DG NIC, and all officers of the leadership team who have strived tirelessly to make this project a reality. The project will benefit us all individually and collectively. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Srinivas sir. I would now like to request Shri V. Muralidharanji, Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and External Affairs, to enrich us by his kind address.
Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Leader of the House Rajya Sabha, and Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri G. Srinivas, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Shri Satyaprakash, Mission Leader, NeVA, and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, representatives from states and union territories, ladies and gentlemen, namaskaram to all of you. I am delighted to welcome you all to this two-day national workshop on the National e-Vidhan application to review the status of execution of the project across various state legislatures and union territories. Let me begin by appreciating the ambience here, which is so vibrant and pleasant. Thanks to all of you. Friends, today e-governance and information technology are the buzzwords. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has often emphasized the importance of information and digital technologies for improving governance standards. It's not just governance, but the adoption of these technologies in almost every sphere of life has completely revolutionized the modern world. During the last 4 years as the MOS for External Affairs, I had the opportunity to visit almost 40 countries. From my interaction with leaders and legislatures, I can say this with immense pride, and that all of them, without even a single exception, have heaped praises on India and congratulated us for the digital transformation. Several countries, especially of the global south, have sought to emulate our efforts in the IT domain. Today, we are the leader in digital economy. New technologies like additive manufacturing, high-performance computing, and AI are increasingly coming into focus. AI alone is expected to account for 10% of India's GDP target of $5 trillion by 2025. We have pioneered digital public goods on a scale previously unimaginable. Our innovative digital solutions for identification of and banking like Aadhaar and digital transactions like UPI are unprecedented in turning digital and financial inclusivity into a reality. In 2022 alone, there were 74 billion digital transactions through UPI in the country. India has one of the fastest growing fintech landscapes in the world, driven primarily by advancements in the digital payment segments. This transformation is evident from the 10 times increase in digital transactions per capita per annum in the past 5 years. Remarkably, 41% of the world's digital transactions actually happened in India. In such a scenario, we could not have afforded to lag behind when it comes to embracing technology in the functioning of the government. This is where NeVA was conceptualized and rolled out for making the working of state legislatures paperless. Based on our observations from the 9 legislative bodies that have fully adopted NeVA, we can confidently say that it has been a game changer in the way we conduct legislative business. All the information needed to make informed decisions is readily accessible to legislators. Not only this, but NeVA has also made their communication with constituents more effective and speedy. Friends, as we are moving ahead in the ease of doing business, it's of paramount importance to also move up in the ladder of ease of doing legislative business. That will ultimately contribute towards the ease of living of the common citizens. Keeping in view the immense potential and advantages of NeVA, I am confident its implementation on a pan-India scale will have far-reaching ramifications for the process of lawmaking. NeVA will prove to be a valuable tool for our legislatures and our citizens. In conclusion, I hope and wish that the various legislative bodies in all the remaining states and union territories will follow the footsteps of the 21 legislative bodies that have signed MOU with the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for the execution of NeVA. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thanks a lot, Muralidharan sir. Moving on now, I would request Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, to enlighten us by his address.
Leader of the Rajya Sabha and my senior colleague, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, my one more colleague, Shri V. Muralidharan ji, Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary DARPG, another Srinivas, there are two Srinivas here. तो जब श्रीनिवास है पैसा का कम नहीं रहता है पीयूष भाई अभी दो श्रीनिवास है हमारे पास तो श्रीनिवास जी सेक्रेटरी पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिशन लीडर्स ऑफ NeVA डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट स्पीकर्स लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन अभी तो हमने देखा है पहले सीडलेस फ्रूट्स आया था शुरुआत में सीडलेस फ्रूट्स हुआ मोदी जी की सरकार आने के बाद फेसलेस सब फेसलेस हो गया जब पीयूष जी भी मंत्री थे थोड़े दिन के लिए इसका सब फेसलेस हो गया अभी हम अगर सब हम मन करते हैं तो पेपरलेस लेजिस्लेशन हो जाएगा ये तो मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ तो मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश का एक एग्जाम्पल आप सबको और हमारे राज्यसभा में हमारा जो नेता है पीयूष भाई को भी ध्यान में लाना चाहता हूँ NeVA के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश ने 2014 दैट वाज द फर्स्ट स्टेट टू अडॉप्ट उन्होंने अडॉप्ट किया टोटल भारत सरकार और हिमाचल सरकार मिलके 8.12 करोड़ खर्चा की एंड हिमाचल प्रदेश असेंबली NeVA एग्जीक्यूशन से पहले they were used to spend, that is what this is input given by Himachal Pradesh. They used to spend 5.08 crores every year on the papers. And that is almost equivalent to 6,096 trip every year. And now the total recurring expense is very, very negligible. And this 8.12 crores, whatever invested together, that will be recovered within just 1.5 years. और मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ और वो सक्सेसफुली बहुत अच्छे सक्सेसफुली इट इज़ रनिंग तो जिसको अगर इधर इंटरेक्शन वगैरह होगा उसके बाद भी अगर किसी डाउट है तो आप हिमाचल प्रदेश जाके देके आ सकते हैं इट इज़ रनिंग वेरी सक्सेसफुली इफ ऑल लेजिस्लेटिव अडॉप्ट NeVA platform for the paperless assembly an amount of 340 crore approximately against the project of 6,774 crore would be saved annually. Therefore, project would pay itself within a short span of 2 years, which makes NeVA project economically viable and environment friendly. The NeVA initiative is in line with Go Green initiated and Swachh Bharat mission of Government of India. This will have a long-term impact on environment as several thousands of tons of papers will be saved, thus saving of the lakhs of trees annually and making the working of legislative paperless, and it bring necessary transparency and cleanliness in the government departments. जैसे आप सब जानते हो, जब डीबीटी किया टेक्नोलॉजी उपयोग करके क्या बदलाव देश में आया है, what changes have been brought after the DBT using the technology, and when during the COVID and post-COVID, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी के बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जब बातचीत शुरू हुआ, मजाक उड़ाया गया था, लेकिन I don't call anybody illiterate, but the people who called some of our society, some of our citizens as illiterate, they are the highest users, the so-called illiterates by the people who called them illiterate. They are the highest users of the digital economy. तो ये देश बदल रहा है, ये तो बहुत बड़ा संकेत है, इसलिए मेरा निवेदन है कि हम सब लोगों को भी इसमें रुचि लेना है और आपका जो कुछ भी सुझाव है, पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्रालय उसको लेने के लिए तैयार है, अगर सुधारने के लिए ज़रूरत है तो वो भी सुधारने के लिए हम तैयार हैं. So I wholeheartedly welcome you all on this grand occasion wherein the representatives from every state, UT have assembled to participate in this national workshop for the review of national e-Vidhan application. NeVA is a mission mode project dedicated to make all the legislation of India completely digital and paperless so as to bring democracy to the door of the common public. As you may have been aware, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, all the legislative bodies in the country are in the process of transform themselves into digital or paperless houses. One can well imagine how convenient it has become to the all stakeholders of the legislature after adopting the technology. I do remember in 2004 when I became first time MP, उस टाइम मेरे पास कोई असिस्टेंट भी नहीं था और एक कुक, घर में एक कुक था और उसके अलावा एक असिस्टेंट था, वो झाड़ू वगैरह पोंछने के लिए. तो सुबह मैं 7 बजे के पहले नहीं उठता हूँ, तो 7 बजे उठ के योगा वगैरह करके 8:30 बजे के पहले हमको नोटिस डालना पड़ता था. तो मैं पहले जाके नोटिस डालता था 0 आवर, और उस टाइम 0 आवर मिलना भी बहुत मुश्किल था. 8 बजे, पौने 8 बजे जाके सुबह का योगा वगैरह पूरा करके मैं स्वयं जाके नोटिस डाल के बाद में आके स्नान करके वापस पार्लियामेंट जाता था. तो ये सब जो प्रॉब्लम है, ये मेरा पर्सनली आई हैव एक्सपीरियंस इट, बिकॉज इनिशियली फॉर 2 years व्हेन वी वर इन अपोजिशन, हमारा काम ही था डेली एक नोटिस दे दो, ये तो काम है हमारा. तो सुबह हर रोज, फिर भी हम हर रोज डालते थे, एक भी नहीं मिलता था, वो अलग बात है, लेकिन हर रोज जाके हम सुबह 8 बजे हमको जाके डालना पड़ता था नोटिस. तो अगर ये अडॉप्ट करते हैं तो कहीं भी आप अगर कल को डालना है आपको नोटिस, आज आप कहीं भी अगर दूर दराज के इलाके में है, यू कैन गो एंड फाइल एनी नोटिस. This is the advantage of this NeVA project, and of course it is a digitalization. Legislators are able to give the notice sitting in the house or in the far-flung areas with just a simple click through the digital modes. Secretaries now work digitally, and if they reply or feedback is required from the government, तो ये जो feedback वगैरह स्टेट से लेना है वो भी तुरंत आप ले सकते हैं. Government departments same can be sought through this platform. Therefore, all the information can be shared with the legislators and ultimately to the public through this medium only. It is complete solution for the needs of the stakeholders of the legislator. Software works on the principle of one nation, one application in process-driven manner. It has got features of all e-office in fit. It is encouraging to note out of 37 state legislative houses in the country, 21 houses, 19 states have signed the Memorandum of Understanding and projects of 17 houses have already been approved after the receipt of their DPRs. More states and their houses have expressed desire to get on board. India is termed as a nation having unity in the diversity, and I can see that common application for all the legislative bodies will only strengthen this posture. Though NeVA, it is our common resolve to strengthen the democracy by providing the transparent, fair and seamlessly accessible ecosystem to all. NeVA is a live example of cooperative federalism, wherein the most of the state legislative bodies have heartily welcomed the application and adopted it. The Ministry of Parliament Affairs is always ready to provide all kind of assistance and guidance under the ambit of relevant rules and guidelines. I have already instructed my officers in the parliamentary affairs to put an extra energy and efforts to implement this project in the fastest pace, besides resolving issues brought before them by various states and UTs promptly. Our Honorable Prime Minister is the most popular leader in the world, and under his dynamic leadership, the country is marching ahead on the global map with a greater respect and regard. World acclaims us for our strong democratic ecosystem. We are now an established force globally and feel proud that in international affairs, the views of India are assigned greater and decisive importance. This is due to our strong democratic institutions and the persons manning them. Honorable Prime Minister made a clarion call to all presiding officers on 26 November 2020 at Kewadia in Gujarat to adopt NeVA, One Nation, One Application in All India Presiding Officers Conference for early adoption of NeVA because it reinforces the concept of strong and modern democracy. The Ministry of Parliament Affairs is, though a small ministry in the size, but it performs the vital functions which are imperative for our parliamentary democracy. The ministry manages the entire legislative business in respect of all the ministries, departments of Government of India, and additionally seized the various other matters concerning both the houses of parliament and legislators across the country as well. Now NeVA is being implemented nationally by this ministry, which is the Ministry of Parliament Affairs, certainly deserves the applaud. As the Ministry of Parliament Affairs, it is a proud moment for me to welcome you all again who have assembled in the national capital for a national cause. I seek your active cooperation in full implementation of NeVA by all the state legislators. We are determined to persuade every single legislative assembly and council to bring them on board NeVA and contribute to this pious and historical step, paving way for building this stronger and technology-advanced democratic nation. As we know, India is the host for the G7, and this is the best time to adopt the entire paperless digital platform in all the assemblies and the council, and that we can showcase ourselves that India, it is not only in digital economy, even in digital, we are in the digital legislation, and all our legislators are also tech savvy. That can be explained to the world also. As you know, we are the mother of democracy. हम भारत को, हम जो भी अभी वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के नाम पे वन अर्थ वन नेशन का जो नारा हमने दिया है, वो भी हमारा जो द वर्ल्ड्स ओल्डेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इज इंडिया. एंड जब भी दो वी आर द डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री फ्रॉम द सिंस द एज ओल्ड, जब भी चेंजेस आता है, चेंजेस अडॉप्ट करने का एक स्वभाव भारत में है. जो कुछ भी चेंज आता है नया, अच्छे के लिए, समाज के अच्छे के लिए, पर्यावरण के लिए अच्छे के लिए, जो कुछ भी बदलाव आता है वो अडॉप्ट करने का भारत में एक स्वभाव है. तो हमारे पास अच्छा बुरा बहुत, जो एक काल में बहुत अच्छे लगते थे बाद में वो बुरा लगने लगा, हमने वो चेंज किया है। तो ऐसे ही अभी टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करके इट इज द हाई टाइम दैट वी शुड सेव our environment by saving the trees, so that if we can make the paperless. Thank you. Once again, welcome you all.
Thanks a lot, Joshi sir, for that enlightening address. Now, of course, the special keynote address we all have been waiting for. Let's welcome our chief guest of the program, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Leader of the House, Rajya Sabha, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles.
My brother and dear friend, Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Shri Muralidharan ji, both the Srinivases giving us the blessings that Lord Balaji gives, good day, and V. Srinivas ji, Additional Secretary Dr. Satprakash ji, other very, very senior and distinguished colleagues from across the country, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. You're right, Prahlad ji, I fully agree with you that when you have both the Srinivases sitting on the two sides on the dais, there's no reason or no possibility of this program not only facing shortage of funds, but in fact generating funds. And I've taken the permission of Prahlad ji to counter him a little bit. थोड़ा मैं उनकी बात का एक नया एंगल आपके पास देना चाहता हूं। माननीय प्रहलाद जी ने सही फरमाया कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में 8 करोड़ रुपए खर्च हुए, 5.5 करोड़ का तो पेपर ही पेपर बच गया, उतना पर्यावरण को लाभ हुआ, उतने पेड़ कम कटेंगे, ऑल ऑफ दैट। पर सर, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का काम तो मुझे छोड़ दीजिए ना, क्योंकि आप भूल गए, आपने तो पेपर का कॉस्ट देख लिया, हो सकता है उसमें प्रिंटिंग भी पकड़ लिया होगा, पर वो सब पेपर हिमाचल प्रदेश में पहाड़ों पे लेके जाने के लिए आप सोचिए कितने ट्रक जाते होंगे पहाड़ के ऊपर, कितना धुआं और पेट्रोल डीजल की वजह से पर्यावरण होता हो, को हानि पहुंचती होगी। वो सब पेपर जाके वहाँ जरूर कोई ना कोई स्टोर हाउसेज और सब में स्टॉक होता होगा। उसके बाद प्रिंटिंग के बाद हर मेंबर को भेजने के लिए गाड़ियां दौड़ती होंगी, सुबह शाम दोपहर दौड़ती होंगी, लगभग सेशन जब चल रहा है तो रोज दौड़ती होंगी। ये जब उसमें आदमी बैठता है तो ड्राइवर भी लगता है, उसमें आदमी कोई लेके जाता होगा पेपर, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पेपर सिर्फ गाड़ी में रख दिया और अपने आप पहुंच गया। तो आप कल्पना करिए कितनी बड़ी व्यवस्था सालों साल से इस देश में चले आ रही है। इस देश में एक प्रकार से खर्चा तो हो ही रहा है, लेकिन इनएफिशिएंसी को हमने कैसे इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज किया। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो डिजिटल इंडिया मिशन लॉन्च किया, उसके पीछे हेतु यही था कि आज दुनिया आगे चली गई है। भारत को अगर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शक्ति बनना है, एक ताकत के रूप में उभरना है, तो हम सबको मिलके अपने अपने कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस जोड़ने पड़ेंगे। एक अगर हम 15 अगस्त के जब आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव देश धूमधाम से मना रहा था, उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री जी के अगर उद्बोधन को पुनः एक बार याद करें, 5 प्रण जो उन्होंने हम सबको दिए थे, उसमें एक तो बात ऑब्वियस है कि हम सबकी दिली इच्छा है, और मैं इस रूम में अगर देखूं तो साधारणतः हम सब उस उम्र के हैं जो ये इच्छा का लाभ हम अपने बच्चों के लिए छोड़ना चाहते हैं कि बच्चे आगे चल के एक विकसित भारत का हिस्सा बने। पर अगर हम उन्हीं 5 प्रण की 5वें प्रण में जाएं, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हमें कर्तव्य भावना से सबको मिलके इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करना है। और एक प्रकार से जो दूसरी वर्कशॉप नेशनल ई विधान एप्लीकेशन की NeVA की पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स ने बुलाई है, अब सबको निमंत्रण दिया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये उस कर्तव्य भावना को उजागर करके अगर हम सब देखें, तो जो थोड़े बहुत स्टेट्स अभी बाकी हैं जिन्होंने निर्णय नहीं लिया है, उनके लिए भी सरल हो जाएगा अपने अपने स्पीकर्स को, अपने अपने काउंसिल चेयरमैन को या सरकारों को ये बात समझाने का कि इस प्रोजेक्ट का लाभ कोई राजनीतिक नहीं है, इस प्रोजेक्ट में कोई राजनीति नहीं है। आखिर 2014 में तो कांग्रेस की सरकार थी हिमाचल प्रदेश में, अगर ये वहाँ पे उस समय लागू हुआ, तो ये कोई राजनीति का विषय नहीं है, ये राजनीति से परे है, उससे ऊपर उठ के है। और वास्तव में तो पार्लियामेंट, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसेसेस, पार्लियामेंट के कार्यक्रम, इन सब में हमने राजनीति नहीं लानी चाहिए। हम सब ने कोशिश करना है कि राजनीति से ऊपर उठ के हमारा संसद, हमारी विधानसभाएं, हमारे विधान परिषद, हमारी राज्यसभा, ये सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं। हमें इंस्टीट्यूशंस को मजबूत बनाना है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को ताकत और बल देना है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस में पारदर्शिता, ट्रांसपेरेंसी को बढ़ावा देना है। और NeVA एक प्रकार से हमारे जो अलग अलग पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं उनके सशक्तिकरण का प्रोजेक्ट है। इट इज टू एम्पावर देम विद इंफॉर्मेशन, एम्पावर देम विद नॉलेज, गोइंग बियॉन्ड द नॉलेज ऑफ आवर ओन हाउस। एक इंटीग्रेटेड प्रोग्राम की कल्पना इसलिए की गई कि अगर कोई असेंबली का मेंबर महाराष्ट्र में देखना चाहे कि मिजोरम की असेंबली में क्या इस विषय पे चर्चा हुई, तो जैसे माननीय प्रहलाद जी ने कहा, एट द क्लिक ऑफ अ बटन आपको उसकी जानकारी मिल सकती है। दूसरे प्रदेशों में क्या चीज़ें हो रही हैं, क्या अच्छा हो रहा है, क्या गलत हो रहा है, हमें क्या विषय के ऊपर अपने विचारों में दूसरों के अनुभव से लाभ मिल सकता है। तो एक प्रकार से ये इंटीग्रेटेड सोच इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, और हमारे सभी पार्लियामेंटेरियंस हों या लेजिस्लेचर्स हों, इन सब को और सशक्त बनाने के लिए और उनके काम को अच्छा करने के लिए एक सुनहरा अवसर है। एक इंटरकनेक्टेड नेशनल पोर्टल, वन नेशन वन टेक्नोलॉजी अगर हम यूज़ करते हैं, तो वास्तव में इसका लाभ हर एक को होगा। नॉट ओनली पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, आप सब अधिकारियों को भी काम करने में सुविधा होगी कि भाई दूसरे राज्य में ऐसी परिस्थिति में क्या निर्णय लिया गया, क्या प्रेसिडेंट है। कई बार हम प्रेसिडेंट से सहमत ना भी हो, पर एक जानकारी का दे से नॉलेज इज पावर। जानकारियों के अभाव में, फॉर लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, हम कोई गलत निर्णय ना करें, तो इससे हम सबको भी लाभ है, आप सबको भी लाभ है। और अगर हम दोनों का लाभ जोड़ दें तो स्वाभाविक है कि देश को लाभ होगा, देश के हर नागरिक को लाभ होगा। और इसीलिए मैं समझता हूं कि NeVA का पेबैक आप आंकड़ों में सिर्फ आकलन नहीं कर सकते, और आंकड़ों में अगर कोई करेगा तो इसका पेबैक तो 1 साल के अंदर हो जाएगा। ये पेबैक का विषय नहीं है, ये विषय है हमारे कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाने का। ये विषय है कैसे हम सब एक ग्रुप में मिलके एक ऐसी इंस्टीट्यूशन छोड़ें अपने अपने क्षेत्र में, आप राज्य में हैं, केंद्र में, डजंट मैटर। शायद गुडे जी हों, वी श्रीनिवास हों, राज्य में भी इन्होंने काम किया होगा। हो सकता है आप में से कुछ लोग कल दिल्ली आ जाएंगे काम करने। ये तो सरकारी व्यवस्थाएं चलती रहेंगी। पर मैं प्रहलाद जी को बधाई दूंगा कि उन्होंने ये इतना बढ़िया एफर्ट किया है, स्वयं रुचि ली है। प्रहलाद जी, मुरली जी, गुडे, वी श्रीनिवास जी, सबने जो मिलके इसमें प्रयास किए हैं, बहुत ही सराहनीय है और शायद इसी के कारण कंप्यूटर सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया ने ई गवर्नेंस एफर्ट्स के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का अवार्ड प्रहलाद जी को दिया, जिसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से बधाई देता हूं। Parliamentary democracy and the parliamentary system of democracy is the cornerstone of this nation's development, this nation's future. It is very essential that it functions efficiently. It is effective in its delivery of service to the public. And I think NeVA provides us an opportunity to serve better. And I would, on my behalf and on behalf of all of us, urge that we all collectively work to make this a grand success. It's a testament to the government's, and not one government, to all our government's collective commitment to leverage the latest technological advances for public good. और आज तो पूरी दुनिया, जैसा मुरलीधरन जी ने अभी अभी ठीक कहा, पूरी दुनिया भारत की तरफ देख रही है। हमारा यूपीआई हो, डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम हो, हमारी स्टार्टअप की दुनिया हो, जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन के आधार पे हमारे युवा युवती अकल्पना काम कर रहे हैं। कोविन ऐप हो, जिसके तहत हम सबको बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से कोविड का वैक्सीनेशन हुआ। वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड हो, जिसके तहत 80 करोड़ भारतवासियों को मुफ्त में अनाज देश की 5 लाख से अधिक फेयर प्राइस शॉप में किधर भी कभी भी सिर्फ अपने अंगूठे और आधार नंबर पे मिल सकता है। ओपन नेटवर्क फॉर डिजिटल कॉमर्स हो, जिससे हम ई कॉमर्स की सुविधा सामान्य छोटे दुकानदार तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जेम का पोर्टल हो, गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केट प्लेस, और मैं एज्यूम करता हूं आप सब जेम का तो इस्तेमाल करते ही होंगे अपनी अपनी खरीदी के लिए। खर्चा भी कम होगा, पारदर्शी होगा और एक प्रकार से सरल भी बहुत हो जाएगा। तो अलग अलग जो टेक्नोलॉजी में भारत ने अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है, उसमें हम सब जुड़े। इसका सक्सेस हम सब के संयुक्त प्रयास से ही हो सकता है। Our collective effort will only help us meet the vision of the Prime Minister and all the team led by Prahlad Joshi ji, who have conceptualized this aspect of NeVA, that we integrate all the assemblies. Central government is putting in money, almost 670 crores, to help make this program a success. तो आपके ऊपर वो बोझ भी नहीं है। तो ये तो एक प्रकार से कोल माइन के ऑक्शन की तरह है, क्योंकि हम दोनों कोल मंत्री रह चुके हैं इस सरकार में। कोल माइन के ऑक्शन में पूरा काम केंद्र सरकार करती थी ऑक्शन का, और पूरा जो रेवेन्यू है, बचत है, जो कमाई है, वो पूरी राज्य सरकार के हाथ में जाती थी। तो ये नीवा एक प्रकार से प्रहलाद जी का एज कोल मिनिस्टर एक और कंट्रीब्यूशन है टू द नेशन, कि मेहनत उन्होंने करके पूरा डेवलप किया है, सक्सेसफुली बनाया है और आपके समक्ष रखा है, आपको ऑफर किया है, जिससे बचत और एफिशिएंसी का जो लाभ है वो पूरा आपको मिलने वाला है। पूरे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हार्डवेयर हो, सॉफ्टवेयर यहां से मिलेगा। आप तो वैसे बड़े सॉफ्ट व्यक्ति हो, तो हार्डवेयर तो नेचुरली आप ध्यान रखेंगे। और मैं समझता हूं कि हम सब ने रिकग्नाइज करना चाहिए, और शायद हम स्वाभाविक रूप से करेंगे। गॉडफादर पिक्चर में एक डायलॉग था, यू नो, रिमेंबर दैट ओल्ड मूवी ऑन द इटालियन माफिया गॉडफादर? उसमें था, गिव मी एन ऑफर दैट आई कैन नॉट रिफ्यूज। नॉट दैट वी हैव a godfather here, but certainly Mane Prahlad ji has given us all an offer that we cannot refuse. So our good father, like a good father, Manya Prahlad Joshi, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has really brought in this remarkable effort and contribution. It can only be successful if all of us work together, cooperate with the whole program. We continuously keep improvising, both the technology providers and at the state level. And this culture of knowledge available with our elected representatives will truly revolutionize our democracy, the functioning of our legislatures and parliament, and I'm sure will be remembered for years and years to come. Congratulations to you, Prahlad ji, Murli ji, Arjun Meghwal ji, and the entire team, Srinivas ji, Mr. V. Srinivas, Satyaprakash, Mr. Gera, DG of NIC, Mr. Rajiv Rathi, and the entire team which has put this all together. Congratulations to all the states who have already adopted NeVA. Thank you very much. And my best wishes to all the other states who have either signed the MOU or in one form or the other are in the process of joining, so that we can truly have one nation, one technological backbone, connecting all of us, connecting our elected representatives, and bringing a great deal of efficiency and effectiveness in our collective work. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Goel sir, for that enlightening address. And sir, as you mentioned, Computer Society of India has awarded Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for its exemplary digital strides. I would now request our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goel ji, to present the award to Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. I would now request Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, G. Srinivas ji, to present mementos to our esteemed guests. Yes. Yes. Memento to Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs. Memento to Shri V. Muralidharan ji. Memento to Shri V. Srinivasji. I would now request Dr. Satyaprakash Ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, to present a memento to Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. I would now request Dr. Satyaprakash Ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and Mission Leader, NeVA, for his vote of thanks address.
Honorable dignitaries, respected guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar to you all. I stand before you with immense gratitude and heartfelt appreciation as we are concluding inaugural session. We have gathered here for a 2-day national workshop for review of National e-Vidhan application, a mission mode project for making all legislatures in India digital and paperless. In one sentence, I would like to say that this initiative is going to contribute in India's tomorrow. In the words of our respected Honorable Prime Minister, once said that IT plus IT is equal to IT. Indian talent plus Indian information technology is equal to India tomorrow. So this NeVA will be fulfilling that promise ultimately. I would like to tell in brief what will happen during this 2-day conference. During these 2 days, we will be having 4 technical sessions devoted to basic features of the NeVA, then steps required for execution of this project in all the state legislatures, features of NeVA software, and one very important session, road ahead for NeVA with latest technologies. We want that our software, our project should always be going ahead with latest technology so that we are not lagging behind anywhere. Besides this, we will also be having one session dedicated to 9 legislative houses who are already live on this platform. So we will have opportunity of hearing their experiences so that they can be a motivating factor for other legislatures to adopt this project. In the end, we will also have small question and answer session before valedictory tomorrow, which will be presided over by Minister of Law, Shri Meghwal ji. Now, as we are coming in the end of this program, first and foremost, I, on behalf of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and on my behalf, would like to place on record sincere thanks to Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, for taking out some time out of his busy schedule and gracing this occasion and motivating all of us for tirelessly working for successful implementation of this project in all legislatures, sir. We are very thankful to you, sir. We are also thankful to our dynamic Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, for continuously guiding us for speedy implementation of this project and today blessing all of us with presence at this function. Sir, it is only due to your unflinching, unwavering support that we are able to sign MOU with 21 legislatures and successfully implementing this project in 9 legislatures already, sir. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Shri V. Muralidharan ji, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and External Affairs, for blessing us with his presence and showing the way for early implementation of the project in different legislatures. We are very grateful to Secretary DAR PG for gracing this occasion at a very short notice and committing wholehearted support for successful completion of this project. In the end, I would also like to thank our Secretary who has been the guide and inspiration in organization of this program and guiding us all throughout implementation of this program. I think, motion of thank will not be complete if I will not thank other agencies who are present here, including media, for covering this function. I thank you all. I once again welcome all delegates to this national workshop through which we will be reviewing the progress so far made, besides resolving early completion of this project in all legislatures in India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
And before we end the inaugural session, I would request our dignitaries to join us for the group photo. I would request the Secretariat officials and officials from state governments to please join us for this group photo. In the next batch, we'll have NIC officials. Let's observe silence. We're about to begin the next session. Please be seated for the next session. Welcome back to the National Workshop on NeVA. And now we'll have a presentation on NeVA as a platform for digital houses by Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Mission Leader, NeVA, by Dr. Satyaprakash Ji.
Namaskar. Welcome to the first session of this national workshop. We have already circulated to you all the literature relating to this workshop, but some of my colleagues were still inquiring me how this workshop will go on and on what subjects the sessions will be there. So for your benefit, I would like to share that in the first session, I would be introducing to you National e-Vidhan application in a brief. Thereafter, we will be having another technical session in which we will be asking 9 legislatures who have already gone live to share their experiences for the benefits of all of us, particularly to the legislatures who are in the process of making their houses digital. We will also be having one session in which we will be explaining how a state from beginning till end can execute this project in their respective state legislatures. Tomorrow, the first session will be on the subject keeping pace with emerging technologies for enabling good governance. This subject itself tells you that we want that NeVA should always be relevant. We should be adopting all latest technologies coming up with the passage of time so that we are always relevant. So we have invited best technical people from the field, like from Microsoft, IBM, and Google. And there, my secretary will also be there. One session will be dedicated to the modules. It is not possible here to tell you in detail how modules will work, but we will be telling you how, what are the basic features of those modules, which ultimately converts into National e-Vidhan application, and which is single, you can say, a software. In the end, we will be having question and answer session, and thereafter, valedictory session will be there, which will be presided over by Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge. This is in a nutshell what we will be doing in this workshop. Now coming to this session, you all know that National e-Vidhan application is part of e-Vidhan mission mode project. Digital India program is having 44 mission mode projects. Out of them, 2 relates to legislatures. One is e-Sansad, another is e-Vidhan. E-Sansad relates to 2 houses of parliament, and e-Vidhan relates to state legislatures. But while we were working on software, in between we thought, rather in the beginning we were proposing that all legislatures will be having their own softwares and we will be financing them. But after talking to technical people and with our experience, we came to know that all legislatures are having their own softwares, and moreover, they are also having so many softwares there itself. Like one module was there for questions, another module was for bills, paperling, separate modules were there. And those modules were not talking to each other. Information was not coming up in a single platform. So we wanted that all legislatures should be having one single platform. So we decided that only one software should be there, and whole nation, all legislatures should be on that platform. So we started working on software with that notion. While working on that, we also thought, why not we should have instances for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha also, so that in true sense, all legislatures can come on this single platform. So our software, NeVA, provides independent instances for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha also. And if they want, from today, they can start working on that software. But funding, as far as funding is required, our scope is limited to financing to the state legislatures. So, in case Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha also comes, then we will be having 39 legislatures on this platform. Otherwise, we are working for 37 legislatures. A project has already been approved, you all know. And by the time 21 legislatures have already signed MOU, 17 projects have already been approved, and out of you, 9 states have already come up on this platform, and they have started working digitally. And some of the legislatures are, you can say, using almost all modules. Recently, Tamil Nadu has done very great job. They have adopted this NeVA and they have done their last session digitally, like other 8 houses. Coming to the basic features, you all know, and for the people who have already adopted this platform, it will just be repetition because they may be knowing all these features. But there are states here, there are officers here who have not been part of earlier programs and who may like to know what actually the software is, what are its features. Some of the states are yet to sign MOU, some of the states have signed MOU but they have not gone ahead, they may not be knowing complete details of this software. For their benefit, I would be explaining in brief what are its features. It is very simple to use, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, like some information will come from the member. You all know legislatures work, how legislature, from where legislatures work starts. It starts with giving notice by a member of a legislature. He gives a notice. Presently, as my minister was explaining, he used to run to give notice in the morning at 8 o'clock so that his notice comes at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the house. Now, that kind of situation will not be there once we adopt this kind of platform. So, first step is giving notice by a member of parliament. We are having a interface in this module, in this application, where members will be able to give their notices digitally through any mode. This application is device agnostic. It works on all the devices. He can give notice at any time, and he can also use his voice, and that will be converted into text, and ultimately he can deliver it to the secretariat, and that notice will ultimately go to the secretariat, and then secretariat will start working on it. They will be processing it in their files. Presently, you all work on physical files. Some notice has come, you have to see its admissibility, you will have to move it to the appropriate level for approval, and once it is approved, thereafter you are required to have feedback from some government department. So, in this platform, you will be having the facility of e-office. Once notice is received in your secretariat, you will be able to process that notice. You are not required even to type it again. Simply whatever notice has come to you, you will be using it as a draft, and you will be able to work on it in the e-office mode, and you will seek approval of competent authorities, and thereafter, if whatever things are there, like question is there, like some notice is there, in whatever shape it is approved, thereafter you will be sending it to the department for feedback, for reply. You will be able to use this platform for that purpose. It will go to the department, and department will also be having its interface. They will receive that, you can say, information, and they will give you feedback. They will upload their reply onto this platform itself, and then that reply will come to the secretariat. It will be seen by the appropriate authorities at appropriate time. You will be able to show that reply to the members or to the public as per your own rules at whatever time you want to show it. And ultimately, when something comes to the house and it is disposed of, like some paper is laid, then it becomes property of the house, and you will be able to show complete information to the public. It is end-to-end. That's why we call it end-to-end digital solution. You are not required to give, or you can say type or feed information again. Information will be fed once, then it will be processed in this system itself. It is a Unicode compliant. Like all states have got their own local languages, it will be catering to their local language. It will be catering to another language, like somewhere it will be English, somewhere it may be Hindi. So that kind of facility this software provides. We are also having mobile app. All information is available on mobile also. And mobile iOS platform app we have got, and the Android, it is also supporting Android based phones also. It is multi-tenancy application. When we call multi-tenancy, means it is a single software, and that software can be used as many times as we want. And all the legislatures are having their own instances. And information from all those instances come to a central portal, which we call National E-Vidhan Portal. All information will be there. We are having one central dashboard also, where information relating to all the legislatures will be available or is available. Whatever information so far you have fed, that you can see on the portal. Now, at the cost of repetition, I'm asking my people to run this video. Please run this. Voice.
साथियों, आज देश के सभी विधायी सदनों को डेटा शेयर करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ना जरूरी है, ताकि देश में एक सेंट्रल डेटाबेस हो, सभी सदनों के कामकाज का एक रियल टाइम ब्यौरा आम नागरिक को भी उपलब्ध हो और देश के सभी सदनों को भी ये उपलब्ध हो। इसके लिए नेशनल ई विधान एप्लीकेशन के रूप में एक आधुनिक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पहले से ही विकसित किया जा चुका है। मेरा आप सभी से आग्रह रहेगा कि इस प्रोजेक्ट को जल्द से जल्द अडॉप्ट करें।
ये जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब की, ये है 26 नवंबर 2020 की। ऑल इंडिया प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस थी वहाँ पे 2020 का, एंड ही मेड दीज ऑब्जर्वेशंस एंड ही रिक्वेस्टेड all presiding officers across India, including 2 houses of parliament, that we are having one software already ready in the name of National E-Vidhan application, and all should be adopting it at the earliest, so that we can have the central repository of data which can ultimately be used for the benefit and development of the people and nation as a whole. NeVA, basic stakeholders of NeVA are legislators, all legislators, including ministers, who can access information seamlessly without any hassle on a single click. Legislative secretariats, it caters for their needs. They will be fully digital. They will not be required to do any paperwork. They will not be required to move any files beyond this application. It will be catering to all their needs. Then information will be available to all the public, all the stakeholders, you can say, who are connected with our democratic institutions. They will be having seamless information without any delay. Then ministries and departments, they are required to make lot of communications with secretariats, with legislators. So they will be not required to, you can say, write any physical letters, physical communications. They will be communicating through this platform only. Media will be able to know what is happening in our legislators, researchers, and whomsoever is interested in our democratic institutions and their working. They will be having information readily available on this platform. What services NeVA provides? You all know that list of business is very, very important for any legislative house. Here in this platform, list of business is dynamic list of business. It is not a simple PDF. Like, you will be having information from different sources. Notice will be coming from member, it will be admitted. Information or reports will be coming from departments, and they will be coming to the secretariat. While preparing list of business, controller of the National E-Vidhan application will just simply click the items, and list of business will automatically be created. And this list of business will be such that relevant documents will be attached to it automatically. While list of business will be seen by anyone outside or in the secretariat, they will be able to see connected documents also there. And that document will be saved, will be available in perpetuity. This will always be there. And ultimately, when some business will be conducted in the house, this dynamic list of business will be used by presiding officer, by the secretariat, and on the screens you will be able to see step by step whatever items are being discussed and disposed of. Everything will be seen there. Then papers laid. You all know that papers laid is a very, you can say, cumbersome job, and most of the papers are used in legislatures on this activity. 99% documents are used for paper laying, and I think expenditure is very huge. Like my ministers were saying that savings to the tune of 340 crore would be in a year. And using the data of Himachal Pradesh, we were trying to figure out how many trees will be saved. It was stunning. 4.3 lakh trees per year will be saved from cutting in case we adopt this NeVA across India. So paper laying will be very easy. Documents will be received from the departments. They will be part of list of business, and at the appropriate time, once they are laid in the respective houses, they will be displayed to the public. And thereafter, they can be seen in the perpetuity. They will be part of our, you can say, archive that will be stored in the NeVA platform itself. Then bills, legislation. Legislation is the primary job of our legislatures, we all know. And I have, being part of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and also having worked with Lok Sabha, I know how much time this legislative process takes. Once it is approved by the cabinet, they are not able to bring legislative proposal before respective houses, not before 10-15 days at least they will take. But in case we adopt this kind of this NeVA for this purpose, it will be very easy. A proposal will be initiated by the administrative department on this platform. It will be vetted by legislative department on this platform. Department of Legal Affairs, if they want to comment, they will be commenting on this platform. And ultimately, the final manuscript from the department and legislative department, whenever it is to be delivered to the houses, it will be delivered through this platform. And then after doing certain formalities like giving bill number and all those kind of things, Secretariat will be able to publish that legislative proposal, that bill, just on a click. Presently, what we are doing? Presently, we are having physical proofs. We are having physical manuscripts. That is being scrutinized many a time by, you can say, parent administrative department and then legislative department, and ultimately proof comes to the Secretariat. Here, I am talking about Lok Sabha. In the states, it must be like that. Then Secretariat will be sending it for printing, and ultimately it will come after printing. Thereafter, it will again be scrutinized and checked by legislative department whether there are any mistakes or not. And thereafter, if some errata, etc. is there, with that, copy is circulated to members. So all this will be cut, because a clear, clean copy will be coming to the Secretariat. They will be just assigning bill number, and it will be published to the members. So 5, 6, 7 days will be gone out of our, you can say, schedule. It is so simple. Then, after publishing, all notices will be received online. Secretariat will list it in the legislative business through this National E-Vidhan application, NeVA, using the mode of list of business. It will appear in the list of business in dynamic shape with the attachment of the bill. Bill will always be available there. And ultimately, it will come in the House, will be discussed, and no member will be asking you that we should be provided with the copy, because it will always be available in their hands. So it will be very, very simple. After introduction, consideration will be done through this only. It will be passed by one House. Then, in case we are having 2 houses in some legislatures, then it will be transmitted, message will be transmitted digitally to the another House through this mode only, through this application only. Then it will be laid in the next House digitally through this NeVA only. Then it will be considered and passed through this NeVA only. And ultimately, we are in the process, to that level we have not gone so far. We will be able to send it to the governor or president digitally. He will sign digitally. And thereafter, legislative department will notify it digitally in the Gazette. And Gazette notification will be there, and our act will be in our hands. We will be able to see the. So we will not be going anywhere physically. This is such a nice, you can say, software. Now coming to committee reports, committees. Committees, you know, I was discussing with someone that they are having 34, 35 committees. In Lok Sabha also, there are so many committees. We are having committee module ready. Every activity of a committee can be done on that module. Giving notice, even constitution of a committee. Constitution of a committee, to giving notice, circulation of papers, then minutes of the committee, and then ultimately sending that report to the Secretariat or to the House for being listed for laying. That will be done through this module only. And ultimately it will be laid or published in the House proceedings. It will become part of the proceedings. And later on, if some report is on some bill, it will become part of bill, and while bill will be considered in the House, it will be there with that, and members can use it for their reference. Questions and answer is one of the biggest jobs in legislatures for ensuring executive accountability. Through this module, members can give their notices, then question branch can do all the processes on this module. There may be certain deviations in some states regarding, in respect of their rules, how they deal with these kind of things. But more or less, 90% procedure is same. And if some tweakings are required, we will be doing it for the state legislatures, keeping in mind their rules and their, you can say, procedures. So again in question also, whole process will be followed from giving notice to examination in the legislatures and ultimately making of list, listing of those bills, those questions in the list of business, and ultimately reply, and then publishing in the as part of the proceedings. We are required to issue so many bulletins. So all those bulletins like part 1, part 2, or whatever name you may give them, those can be published on this platform itself. Proceedings of the day, we are having one module, reporters module, that will make life of legislatures very simple. Using this platform, your proceedings will be, you can say, prepared very easily. Then if you are required to make synopsis, that also is facilitated. We are having digital library. Whatever activities will be done in our legislatures, they will be part of that. And we are also planning, once you can say more and more states come onto this platform, we would like that best of the libraries, best of the resources, which may be relevant for legislatures, we will be connecting them to this platform so that our legislators, our secretariat officers, our government officers, and who not, they can have the benefit of best literatures in the world for working on this platform. Notices, I have almost discussed it with respect to all the other activities, that notices can be given, all kind of notices through this platform. They will be, you can say, dealt with in the secretariat or at appropriate level in a process-based manner. Very small but very significant feature, members directory we have added into it. It is very simple and very, you can say, important or useful for all the stakeholders, particularly member of parliaments. Whomsoever's detail you will put into this. And if someone from the mobile wants to, you can say, talk to that person using this mobile app, he or she will be able to connect to that. We are proposing that all the legislature numbers are there, all government department numbers, important numbers are there, and at whatever level you decide, state legislatures, district administration, general numbers you can put, and what not, any number you, whatever number you will put into that, you are not only your legislators, but you will also be able to use it, and then people from across India will be able to use it. So it will be a very big directory in the sense, more than 5,000 legislators are there, they will be available on it. All secretariats will be available on it. Government of India may also be available on it. And all districts may be available on this. And anyone can talk to anyone, just on a single click. Mobile app is available, I have already told you, on both Android and iOS platforms. We can use it. We are having one e-book for making our houses paperless. That e-book is touch screen. Touch screens are there. You can use tablets for that purpose. I will also discuss in a nutshell later on. Then website, people say that what about our security? So we are hosting it on Cloud Meghraj, NIC controlled. NIC is controlling all the, you can say, digital kind of things across India. So we have hosted it on cloud. Till some legislature is not on this platform, we may use it for our, you can say, trial purposes. But once some legislature is on this platform, we give them their secured, you can say, credentials, and thereafter we have no control over it. They will be having the facility of unlimited storage, and that storage will be free of cost in perpetuity. You will not be required to bear any expenses for hosting your, you can say, portals. Disaster recovery will always be the responsibility of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. You will not be required to bear any expenses in future for that purpose. So it will be completely secure. We will not be having any control. You will be the master of your own data. But at the public, you can say, interfaces, once you make something public and that you want to show to the public, that will be seen by one and all. All legislatures will be able to see it. All across world will be able to see it. All researchers will be able to see it. And that facility will be helping, like Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji was saying, policy makers also. What is based on what area is happening in which legislature. If some state wants to have some policy on some matter, they will be able to see whether this kind of policy is there somewhere in some state. They will be able to search it. They will be able to see it. Such facility will be there. We will also be using artificial intelligence. As of now, we are having dearth of data into it. Once all state legislatures are there, they put a lot of data into it, then artificial intelligence, machine learning kind of things will also be applied, and you will be able to see what is available where. If a member of parliament will be giving notice on a particular subject, he will immediately be having, you can say, pop up that this kind of question was raised in so-and-so legislature, and this was the reply. Department will be able to know when they have replied to this kind of question and what was their reply. So there will, it will make life of everyone very easy. Now it is just repetition. By the time you come to know that we are having public portal, through which everyone will be able to see what is happening in our legislatures. Content management system is very important for you all people. And when we say, what about our security, this is the crux of the matter. You will be having all control over it. Whatever you want to feed, you will be feeding. I will not be able to see what you are doing. You will be having complete control over it. Whatever you want to show, you will be able to show. Then digital house. We want that our houses should be working in a digital manner. For that, we have developed one e-book, and through that e-book, we will be able to show all information to our legislators, and our list of business will be conducted as and when the matters come as per the directions of presiding officer in the house. Then we are also having mobile app. I have already told you, all information is available on mobile app. Members can give notice on mobile, they can have all information and whatnot. Major modules, we have dedicated one session for these modules. Tomorrow we will be having one session. They will try to tell you in brief what modules this software has got. Master data, again, you will be having control over your master data. Members' details, all ministers' details, you are supposed to feed. And whatever you will feed, that will be reflected in the public domain or anywhere. Then we are having another module for members. Members' interface is guided through this members module. Whatever notices, whatever information they want to give to the secretariat or to anybody, they will be using this module. And then whatever communications secretariat wants to give them and departments want to give them, that will be through that, you can say, interface or that module. For ministers also we are having one module. Ministers will be having additional facility there. Besides whatever information they are supposed to give to the public, they will also be having one, you can say, area where they will keep additional information which will not be available for others, but they will be able to see it. They will be able to use it while replying to supplementary questions, etc. in the house. Question processing, I have already told you question processing, one module is committed to questions module. Then department, we are having an interface with departments, and all the activities relating to department are, you can say, dealt in that module. List of business module, I try to explain to you that we are having one dynamic, you can say, list of business. Through this module, we are governing that part, how a dynamic list of business will work. Then e-house, e-book, how business of the house, while we are having sessions, they will be governed within the house. Those activities will be governed under this digital house module. Business controller is also very important. It is part of the secretariat. Under directions of the speaker or chair, they will be doing all the activities while e-office, digital house works, e-book works. Speaker will say that item so and so is to be taken up. Then that controller, as per directions of honorable speaker, will be controlling everything. He will be putting the question on the screen, and at the time of reply will be popping up, and he will be facilitating that from behind. So that kind of activities will be controlled under business controller module. Digital displays will be there of all the activities in the house relating to that. Whosoever will be speaking, his photo will be there, how much time he will be taking, that will always be displayed, how much time chair has taken, that will be displayed, and all the activities relating to in the house will be captured in the shape of different reports, and those reports will be generated through digital display module. E-laying, it's a very simple module. Documents will be coming from department, they will be displayed in the house as per directions of presiding officer. And that part is taken care of by e-laying. User module, who will do what? Who will be given what responsibilities? Who will approve things at what level? So all the legislatures will be having independence. If they want to make 2 levels, they can make 2 levels. If they want to make 7 levels for approval, they can make 7 approvals. That kind of facility is there. User management will be done, will be used by all the legislatures for their purposes. Then digital archives, I already told you that it will be very, very big module in the sense that all the data, legacy data will be there in this, and it will always be available for times to come for all its stakeholders. Webcasting facility. For webcasting facility, we are having one module, NIC will be facilitating it, and whomsoever, you can say, whichever secretariat, whichever house wants to use this facility, that will always be available for them. We are having public portals. It is very clear to you. We are having one central portal, like National eVidhan application has got its central portal. Then we have got individual portals for all legislatures. They are already live. Whether some state has become live or not, but our portals are live. If from tomorrow some state legislature wants to start keying their data, they can do it. We will give them credentials, and they can start working on it. It is ready to be used. Then mobile app we are having, and these are the details of different portals like and then I think this is just repetition. I have already told you this National eVidhan application is a device agnostic. It works on desktop, laptop, tablet, mobile, all. Any project cannot go ahead or cannot go smoothly without capacity building. And this was the biggest challenge, or people used to say that whether our legislators will be able to work on it, whether our officers will be able to work on it. But I can tell you, with the experience in Himachal and thereafter in 9 state legislatures, that it is very easy. You people in the legislatures are not required to write softwares. You are supposed to have the, you can say, knowledge, how you work on WhatsApp, how you use email. You are just required to upload, download, and edit. Only those kind of things are required. Software kind of things have been taken care of by CPMU or MOPA. And if required, some tweakings are required for localization, we will be assisting the state legislatures. So first step, and for this capacity building, we are ever ready. We are having second conference, national conference. In between, we had workshops in the individual legislatures. We have been to whomsoever has asked for that kind of facility. We have given so many capacity building workshops digitally. And whenever any state wants, we have ever been ready, and we will be supporting you fully. Whenever you, and moreover, we have also been of the view that this is not the project in isolation for us. This is also your project. And I have always asked states that if they are, able to get knowledge, or they have become experts, particularly the states where this project has gone live, they can also be the part of our capacity building teams. And we will be going to the states, they will be training other states. And that way, everyone will be, learning from each other. And we will be going ahead together for complete, implementation of the project. Now, what basic requirements are there? First of all, one state is required to sign MOU. Then they are required to constitute SPMU. They may also have high-powered committee under the chairmanship of their respective presiding officers. Then they are required to have a nodal department through which money will be going to them. They are required to give DPR. Then after technical evaluation and financial evaluation, it will be approved by Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Thereafter, funds will be released, and you have to have the procurements, and thereafter, your house can go live. This is in a nutshell how your state can go live. This is particularly for the benefit of those houses which are yet to become live or who are yet to sign MOU. Now, coming to house-centric application, we also want that our houses should be working paperless. Members, or ministers, are not required to carry any paper in their hands. For that purpose, all the activities have been taken care of in this software. Like when you will enter in the house, there will be screens which will be showing welcome screen, like that how so-and-so house is going to meet. Then time, display, session, everything will be displayed. And whatever activities as per list of business will be happening in the house, they will be displayed in the house concurrently. The controller, as per the directions of the speaker, will be displaying everything on the screens. Members will be able to see what question is before the house. Thereafter, what reply to that question has come, that will be available on the screens, and also on the screens available on, just before their seats. They will be able to see everything. They will not be required to have any papers with them. And one more facility is there. Members, if they want, they can have their notes prepared at home, and those, notes will be available in the house, and they can make their speeches using that material spontaneously in the house. That kind of facility is there in this application. Whosoever member will be speaking, how much time it takes, that will also be captured and will be displayed in the house. List of business driven question answer will be list of business driven. Legislative business will be also will be as per schedule. Then all papers laid. Those all activities will be as per list of business. Webcasting, I have already told you. Attendance facility. Presently, all legislatures must be having their own ways of capturing the attendance of members, particularly for pay and allowances and all those kind, daily allowance, etc. In this platform, once they will come in the house and they, use their you can say any, you can say screen on which they are sitting, their attendance will be automatically captured. They will not be required to sign it physically. One more facility is there. Presently, we are allocating fixed seats to members. If you want, if your rules permit, you can allow members that they can sit on any seat. And once they open their tablet, they will be working from there. I'm not saying that you should be doing like that, but that kind of facility is there. Voting features are there. Very simple. Presently, either we use physical modes or one has to use, you can say in Lok Sabha, they are supposed to use two hands, one for clicking eyes or nose on another so that they are not able to press another to engage the hand. Those kind of things will not be required here, because when someone will be logging in to some tablet, he will be logging in with certain his own or her own credentials. So we will be believing that so and so person is giving the vote. Within no time, votes will be captured and time will be saved of legislature at the voting stage. Then statistical display of all the activities of House will be available. That will be available in different kinds of statements or reports you can have. This kind of screen will be available, Rajasthan Assembly is not live. And why I have used this screen? Because the House which have already gone live, I cannot use that. Because I cannot enter into their system. They only have control now. Rajasthan is not there, so I can play with this so far. So we have created one screen for Rajasthan, which I am showing. Like if someone will enter in the House, you will find this kind of screen, welcome screen there. This is business controller, some officer from table office or the secretariat under the directions of chairman or speaker will be using this. He will be enabling what item is being taken up in the House, who is speaking, and it will be captured, all the details of timing, etc. will be captured on real-time basis. This is a list of business event being shown, like some member has given notice and that is being replied. This is e-book. E-book will be looking like this. This is the second page of that. It will be catering to the needs, like list of business will be there. I told you that list of business will be dynamic. So list of business is part of this e-book also. Then questions and answers will be there in this e-book. Then indexing will be there. Then if you want to go, if you are somewhere in the e-book, if you want to go the first page, you can go, if you want to go to the last page, you can go. Rules. If you want to refer rules of the House, whatever rules you can say put into this system, they will be available there for a particular legislature. Then attendance data will be available to the speaker, how many members are present today, and member himself can see on what date I was present and from what time to what time I was present. That kind of facility will be there in this. Then all reports can be generated from here, and if some annexures have been put with some documents, they will also be there, circulars, and whatever information we want to give to the members or which is relevant for running a House in digital format, that will be available in this book. And this e-book is just like a simple book. They will be just scrolling pages and it will be opening. They will be having feel as if they are using some book. This e-book makes House digital, user-friendly. There are no connectivity issues. When I say there are no connectivity issues, means that in the beginning when House will start, you all know almost all information what is required to be given to the House by the departments, that is given before the time House starts. So all the information will be there in the system, and even if connectivity issues are there, then your House will not be hampered at all. Your House will go on till end. questions, replies available, attendance, I have already told. Chat facility is there among between minister and department, secretary. Particularly, it is required during question hour. Some supplementary has been asked to the minister by some member, and secretary wants to give additional information to the minister. He will be able to do it sitting in the official gallery. He will be having screen, he will write something, and it will appear before the minister, and he will be able to reply. So there will not be requirement of any slips being given to the minister. This is a screenshot of voting, how voting will be done. Ayes, noes, yes, and data result will be available in the screen on the right side. These are some screenshots, like recently Tamil Nadu has gone live. So we have shown you the picture of that. National eVidhan application. This is the instance of central portal. And when they have captured it, it must be appearing on the screen. So we keep on showing photographs and complete information of all legislative houses on this. Whatever latest things are happening across India in any legislature, they can be seen on this platform. We are having one, you can say, dashboard here. In India, if 1 lakh questions have been asked, they will be available on it. Data will be available on it. And if some new additional question has come somewhere in India, in some legislature, it will be reflected here. 1 lakh 1, it will show. How many legislative proposals have come across India, that will be available. All that kind of data will be available. And if you want to further go down to the individual legislature, that is also available on the central portal. And from the central portal itself, we can go to other houses. Like we are showing here Lok Sabha. In case they come on this platform, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, they can be going to their respective pages from here. Then assemblies. All 31 assemblies are there in the here in this, and to whomsoever assembly wants to go, we can go. 6 councils are there. You can select your council and you can go to that council also. This is a screenshot of Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly's portal of NeVA, individual, you can say, portal. This is Tamil Nadu's portal in regional language. It will be shown like this. You will be able to see it. Then this screenshot shows you the mobile app. The first page is right on the left, then second page is in between, and then third page is just on the right. Lok Sabha, if you want to go, you can click Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha, if you want to go, you can click. Okay, sir. Then assemblies, all 31 assemblies, we can go from here. Councils, 6 councils, we can go. These mobile apps are very user-friendly. What is happening today, you can see there on the real-time basis. Then list of business you can see, questions you can see, bills you can see, members, all members' details you can see, paper laid. Whatever is available on portal, that is also available on this mobile app. If someone wants to use legislature through mobile only, they can use it. These are screenshots of different legislative houses. Then different activities are there, like list of business, how it will be shown on the mobile app. It shows. These are just details, contact details. Whatever contact details you will feed into it, they will be available for all the stakeholders. They can use it on just a single click. They can contact. They can speak to concerned person. Recently, we have got launched digital e-ticketing system through our secretary. As of now, before that, you used to contact us through phone or emails if you are having some problems. Now, e-ticketing system is there. Online, once you have some query, you will be feeding it into the system, and a ticket will be generated. and our team is required to resolve that issue in a time-bound manner. And once that, you can say, issue is resolved, that will be available for other stakeholders, others also. If same problem they are facing, they will be able to see the solution. And if they want to have a redressal of some new queries, they can always have tickets generated through this system. This, I think I have already told you, this is the detail of houses so far come on this platform. These are the screenshots of some of the legislatures who have already gone live. Bihar Council, this is Nagaland Assembly doing their business paperless manner. They are completely on digital platform, NeVA. Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly has already gone live and they are working on this. Then Uttar Pradesh Vidhan Parishad is also live. They are also working on this platform in a paperless manner. Haryana Assembly has also gone live. You can see they are doing all their activities now, all sessions through digital NeVA. Mizoram Assembly has also gone live. They are doing all the activities now on NeVA. Meghalaya Assembly has also gone live. You can see their picture here. Then Odisha is in the process, advanced stages of for coming onto this platform. They have already, you can say, procured their hardware, and they have presented their budget in digital form using NeVA already. Tamil Nadu recently, the latest state, they have gone live. This is what, in a nutshell, I wanted to explain to you. Thank you very much. Now we will be departing for lunch. Now you can make announcement. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Satyaprakash, sir, for taking us through that valuable information. Time for delectable lunch now. Kindly assemble here by 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. We are about to begin the session. I again welcome all the delegates and participants, and of course on the dais, we have with us Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. D. Srinivas, and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Dr. Satya Prakash Ji. Now we know that Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs has been taking rapid digital strides, and NeVA, of course, is absolutely transforming the state legislatures. But how has been the journey so far for the state legislatures? Let's hear it from them only. So we'll have the participants from respective states. These states are Bihar, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Mizoram, UP, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, Sikkim. And these are the states that have already onboarded NeVA. So first of all, I would like to welcome Mrs. Lavanda Lindum, Deputy Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, we invite you on the dais, please. Next, Bihar Legislative Council, kindly be ready. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all of you present here. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for organizing this conference, for bringing all the states here together to encourage each one of us and to even share our experience, our views. Okay. Sir, Secretary, sir, and Sir, Dr. Satya Prakash Ji, your visit to Meghalaya has been very encouraging for us, and you've helped us to show us the roadmap how to go about the implementation of NeVA. We were encouraged, and we were like, we were interested to move ahead. And thank you for your constant support. I should not forget Sir Mukesh Kumar also, if he's here. Then I think my friends from the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly will agree with me that we've been disturbing Sir Mukesh Kumar also every now and then, but he didn't hesitate. He's been there with us and always shared his inputs. Now I will quickly run through the slide showing the journey how NeVA was implemented in the state of Meghalaya. NeVA was going live in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly for the first time during the autumn session 2022. Transaction of documents consumed time. Example, receiving of questions from the honorable members to the office and sending of questions to the departments has been done physically. Members had to be physically informed through hard copies regarding their questions, whether they has been admitted or not. Before introduction of the NeVA, there was a huge expenditure involved conducting the assembly session, like the use of vehicle, paper and manpower. There was also a gap of communication for submission of answers by departments, as they had to contact the assembly secretariat if there's any discrepancy to be corrected. Sessions proceedings became closer to the general public at grassroots level from NeVA public portal, creating awareness amongst the general public of the whereabouts of how the various activities of the assembly is done. The honorable members have easy access to the details of the proceeding of the House, as they could interact with the tablets provided by them on the table. And they were like very eager, and they were ready for the orientation programs. They were like, they had no doubts. They were like interested, and though some of them have shared their own suggestions also as well. Submissions of questions by honorable members and submissions of answers by various departments have become easier and faster through the NeVA platform. The Meghalaya Legislative Assembly Secretariat has had many meetings in this regard with the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. The Assembly Secretariat has also been coordinating with the NIC Meghalaya for implementation of the program. We have constituted in the state of Meghalaya the State Project Monitoring Unit, NeVA, implementation on the 27 March to 2020, headed by as the chairman, the chief secretary. We have the members from the finance department, the planning, then parliamentary affairs, information and technology department, as well as the NIC Shillong. Then we also signed a tripartite MOU on the 30th March 2020 between the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, the Government of Meghalaya, and the Assembly, and the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. We have a House Committee for E-Governance and General Purpose that was constituted on the 20th November 2020, which was headed by the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Members. The DPR was approved by the State Project Monitoring Unit on the 21st, 10th, 2020. Then we had virtual meeting of the Empowered Committee of NeVA on the 23rd December 2021 for sanctioning of the project. The project amounting of rupees 10 crores 42 lakhs 82,900 was approved by the ministry on the ratio of 90-10. The master entry of NeVA is updated regularly. Officials of the state government departments are being trained for processing replies to the questions and notices. Questions, notices, list of business, etc. are being processed using NeVA and updated regularly in the public portal. The NeVA in-house with touchpad was first implemented in the autumn session 2022. Similarly, NeVA is also being used in the House during the budget session 2023. The digital archiving is also going on. The NeVA Seva Kendra has been set up in the Assembly Secretariat for the purpose of providing training facilities on NeVA to the honorable members, government departments, officials, and staff of the Assembly. The Assembly building at Railbong, Shillong, and the Assembly Secretariat Administrative Block are being connected with the net of 100 Mbps and 24 Mbps accordingly, and the backup being taken from BSNL and SSNet.com as backup. Okay. The NIT was being vetted on the 15th of July 2022. The Departmental Tender Committee was constituted for this purpose on the 20th July 2022 by the Department of Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Meghalaya. Open tender was floated on the 25th July 2022. This is the picture. You can see here all the tablets were installed on the tables of all the honorable members. Then here we have Honorable Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister. They all are engrossed in their own tablets. And we can see the people, the officials from the ministry, they're guiding the Chief Minister in how to use the touchpad. This is the live screen of the session going on. Then here you can see the honorable member is opening the answer in the touch screen. Okay, thank you. This is just a small keynote on how we've implemented. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. The journey of your state will continue to inspire others. And moving on now, I'd like to invite Mr. Bhairav Lal Das. He is Senior Reporter, Bihar Legislative Council. Over to you, sir.
थैंक यू मैम। सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं अपने ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन श्री देवेश चंद्र ठाकुर जी का, सेक्रेटरी विनोद कुमार सर का, जो इस प्रेस्टिजियस मीटिंग में मुझे भाग लेने का अवसर मिला। बिहार विधान परिषद में नेभा परियोजना का कार्यान्वयन शुरू से हो रहा है। कुछ स्लाइड्स, कुछ अनुभव मैं आपके सामने शेयर करना चाहता हूं। ये वैसे हाउस के लिए भी है जो कर चुके हैं, वैसे हाउस के लिए भी है जो नहीं किए हैं, और जो हमारे नीति निर्धारक हैं उनके लिए भी है। सबसे पहले हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं नेभा टीम का। हमें वित्तीय सहायता दिया, तकनीकी सहायता दिया, संसदीय कार्य मंत्रालय की ओर से हमें सपोर्ट मिला, एनआईसी भारत सरकार, एनआईसी पटना हमें काफ़ी मदद किया, और हमें आज तक पैसे की कभी दिक्कत नहीं हुई, क्योंकि वित्त विभाग जो हमारा बिहार सरकार का है और संसदीय कार्य विभाग, उन्होंने मुझे समय से पहले पैसा पेमेंट किया, और तकनीकी सहायता हमें बेल्ट्रॉन से मिली। हम गौरव करते हैं जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री बिहार श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने इस परियोजना को व्यक्तिगत रूप से मॉनिटर किया, समय समय पर उन्होंने निर्देश दिया, कई बार तो मुझे डांट भी पड़ी। सभापति बिहार विधान परिषद, जो ये तीसरे सभापति हैं नेभा इम्प्लीमेंट होने के बाद, माननीय सदस्यगण जो हमारे सबसे बड़े फीडबैक देने वाले हैं, बिहार सरकार, काउंसिल के ऑफिसर्स, प्रेस एवं मीडिया, और विभिन्न एजेंसियां जो हमारे यहाँ इम्प्लीमेंट की हैं, एजेंसियां जो हमें सपोर्ट करती हैं। अभी सर ने मॉड्यूल्स दिखाए, सत्यप्रकाश सर ने काफ़ी मॉड्यूल्स हमें दिखाए थे। हमारे पास सारे मॉड्यूल्स इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुके हैं। 2 मॉड्यूल्स हमारे पास बाकी है, वो है कमेटी मॉड्यूल्स जो सर ने बताया, जो अभी वो कच्चा है, अभी पक्का बनेगा तब फिर आपको दिया जाएगा। रिपोर्टिंग मॉड्यूल्स हमारे पास तैयार है, इस हाउस में हम उसको लागू कर देंगे। बिल मॉड्यूल्स हमें थोड़ी लेट होगी, क्योंकि विधानसभा जो हमारा दूसरा हाउस है वो अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया है नेभा। जैसे वो इम्प्लीमेंट करेगा, बिल मॉड्यूल्स हमारे यहाँ चालू हो जाएगा। हम आपको सर ये एश्योर्ड करना चाहते हैं, जो आप जितने भी मॉड्यूल्स का निर्माण करेंगे, सबसे पहले हम वहाँ पर इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर इसमें इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, जो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड यदि हमारे पास हो तो हम दिखाएंगे। थैंक यू। किधर से हो? कर दें, आप कर दें। नेक्स्ट। अब ये एक जो अभी बात हो रही है, जो नेभा के क्या लाभ हुए हैं, सभी लोग लाभ के बारे में परिचित हैं। पेपरलेस हो गया, डिजिटल हो गया, स्पीड बढ़ गया। ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स, अभी ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर बता रहे थे जो 8 बजे सुबह में उन्हें कैसे जाना पड़ता था। हमारे यहाँ 4 बजे सुबह में चेयरमैन साहब का रेसिडेंस का गेट खुलता है, और 4 बजे हमारे यहाँ 0 आवर की शुरुआत होती थी। तो और विभाग से उत्तर प्राप्त करना हमारे यहाँ बड़ी टेढ़ी खीर थी, क्योंकि कोई भी विद्यार्थी परीक्षा नहीं पास करना चाहता है, कोई भी सरकार नहीं चाहती है असेंबली को फेस करें, वो चाहती है किसी तरह समय कट जाए। हम लोगों ने उनके किया था। हम सर एक रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, जो अब वो समय बीत चुका जब हम कितने पेड़ कटते थे और कितने हमारा पेपर की बचत होती थी नेभा के इम्प्लीमेंट करने के बाद, वो अब समय बीत चुका। अब सर नया आप यार्ड स्टिक लाइए, जो आपकी क्वालिटी डेमोक्रेसी की कितनी इम्प्रूव की है। और मैं आपको कुछ आपके अगले स्लाइड्स में बताऊंगा, जो आपने जो ये चमत्कार लाया है, उससे आपकी डेमोक्रेसी कितनी वाइब्रेंट हुई है। ये हमारा वो चैलेंज हमें वो करते हैं, जब हम मेंबर्स को पहले ही क्वेश्चंस के उत्तर एक शाम पहले ही दे देते हैं, और उनकी जो सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चंस की जो क्वालिटी होती है वो सर देखने वाली होती है, और कई बार तो माननीय मंत्री उससे चकित भी हो जाते हैं और ये हो जाते हैं। संख्या, हमारे क्वेश्चंस की संख्या कितनी बढ़ी है। यदि हमारे क्वेश्चंस की संख्या मेंबर देते थे 500 क्वेश्चन, तो अभी 1500 क्वेश्चंस दे रहे हैं। यदि हमारे क्वेश्चंस का उत्तर 100 क्वेश्चंस का होता था, तो अभी हम 1450 क्वेश्चंस का उत्तर दिलाने के लिए स्थिति में हैं। तो हम जो ये इतने बढ़े हैं, इसका कोई मूल्यांकन नहीं कर पा रहा है। हम अभी तक वही हैं जो कितने पेड़ कटे हैं, अब उससे हम बहुत ऊपर चल गए हैं। हमारे पास ऑनरेबल हाउस में मिनिस्टर्स समय बहुत कम लेते हैं चूंकि वो उत्तर ऑलरेडी पोर्टल पे दिया हुआ होता है। कितनी कितनी हमारी क्वालिटी बढ़ी है वो वही समझ सकते हैं जो इसमें किए हैं। जब हम डिस्प्ले पैनल पर अपने पूरे एजेंडा को डिस्प्ले करते हैं तो जो उसमें चाहे ऑफिसर्स गैलरी में बैठे हों, प्रेस गैलरी में बैठे हों या कहीं बैठे हों, उनको पता चलता है जो अभी हो क्या रहा है और वो हो क्या, उनका जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट बनता है हाउस का, वो हमारे बहुत बड़ी सीखने की चीज़ है। और अब हम क्वेश्चंस के जो प्रोसीडिंग्स हैं वो हमारे सतत रूप से हमारे पोर्टल पर रहते हैं और इसका लाभ कम से कम मैं बिहार के बात बता रहा हूं, हमारे पास कैलिफोर्निया से फ़ोन आते हैं जो आज आपके हाउस में जो फलाना चीज़ का हुआ था वो बहुत बढ़िया हमको लगा है। ये न सिर्फ बिहार में है, न सिर्फ भारत में है, बल्कि भारत के बाहर के लोग जिनको इंटरेस्ट है अपने स्टेट के डेमोक्रेसी और अपने स्टेट के पॉलिटिक्स का, उनको भी इसका बहुत फायदा मिलता है। मीडिया में जो कवरेज आ रही है हाउस की, यदि सर उसको आप स्टडी कराएंगे तो आपको बहुत आश्चर्य लगेगा। आप सब जानते हैं आपके स्टेट्स में भी गांव-गांव में अखबार निकलती होगी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर अखबार निकलता है। पहले जो कैपिटल होते थे वहीं के कुछ रिपोर्टर्स को इसकी सुविधा मिलती थी। अब क्या हो रहा है, जो आपके एक क्वेश्चन पर 3 न्यूज़ आपके रीजनल ऑफिस में बन रहे हैं, इसकी ओर भी बहुत ध्यान देना आवश्यक है और आज न कल ये आपके लिए बहुत फायदेमंद होने वाला है। और अब वो जो एक जनता, जो आपका पहला कॉन्सेप्ट पेपर था उसमें आपने लिखा था जो ये डेमोक्रेसी जनता के लिए है, और सर हम नेभा के माध्यम से हर एक जनता के पास पहुंचने की स्थिति में होते हैं। कुछ हम अपनी मांग यहाँ नहीं रखेंगे तो कहाँ रखेंगे। सर आपका नोटिस जो मेन्यूज है उसमें सर आप इतने भी ध्यानाकर्षण, निवेदन, संकल्प, शून्यकाल, कार्यस्थगन जितने भी हैं उसके लिए आप इंडिपेंडेंट हेडिंग दीजिए, क्योंकि इंडिपेंडेंट हेडिंग देने से आपके यूजर्स जो हैं वो बहुत बढ़िया से इसको करते हैं। बहुत छोटा सा चीज़ है सर, आप कार्यवाही जो हमारा है उस कार्यवाही की वीडियो क्लिपिंग्स सोशल मीडिया पर टैग करने की आप व्यवस्था करवाइए। यदि समीर जी कहते हैं ये थोड़ा सा कठिन है तो आप कहिए नहीं कठिन नहीं, आप इसमें लगो और ये करो जो ये होना चाहिए। क्योंकि अभी जो हमारा इलेक्शन हुआ है हमारे यहाँ विधान परिषद में, भागलपुर के जो MLC जीत के आए वो सबसे पहले मेरे पास आए और कहे जो दास जी हम आपके चलते इलेक्शन जीत पाए हैं। सर हम तो आपके वोटर भी नहीं हैं तो आपको कैसे हम जिता पाए। हाउस में जो आप हमको वीडियो क्लिपिंग से अवेलेबल कराते थे उसको हम सोशल मीडिया पर डालते थे, उसका इतना असर हुआ जो बहुत लोग हमको वोट दिए, हम जीत के आ गए। सर आज न कल सारे मेंबर्स आपकी डिमांड करने वाले हैं, सारे मेंबर्स को ये चाहिए जो उन्होंने हाउस में क्या परफॉर्मेंस किया है, तो उसको आप अभी से इसकी तैयारी करनी शुरू कर दीजिए। सर एक और चीज़ जो हमें कहनी थी, जो क्वेश्चंस एंड कॉल अटेंशंस में मेंबर्स की भागीदारी आप बहुत कम रखे हुए हैं। आप मेंबर्स की भागीदारी की जगह बनाइए। वो सिर्फ आपको क्वेश्चंस दे करके अपनी बात खत्म नहीं करते हैं। यदि पटना की बात करें अपने विधान परिषद की, तो जो क्वेश्चंस हमारे एजेंडा पे नहीं आ पाते हैं डिपार्टमेंट उसका उत्तर दे देती है, तो मेंबर्स को ये राइट है जो उसको एश्योरेंस कमेटी के लिए ऑफर करे चेयरमैन को। हमने वो सब चीज़ यहाँ पर मैं अभी सोचा नहीं है। हम आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं जो अब आगे 5 सालों में क्या होने वाला है नेवा का, उसके लिए एक आप अलग से सफरमाना की गठन कीजिए जो वो अलग हर एक स्टेट्स की अपनी अपनी स्थिति देखे। चेयरमैन साहब कोई क्वेश्चंस को रिजेक्ट करते हैं या किसी को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, ये मेंबर को हम पोर्टल के माध्यम से उतने अच्छी तरीके से हम नहीं दे पा रहे हैं जितना हम चाहते हैं। और ये चीज हम जब तक मेंबर्स के नीड को कैटर नहीं करेंगे अपने सॉफ्टवेयर में, तब तक हम इसको बहुत वाइब्रेंट नहीं बना सकते हैं। सर और हम कुछ मांग आपके पास रखना चाहते हैं। जो सदन में क्वेश्चंस का आंसर्स होते हैं लेकिन हम अपने डिस्प्ले पे उसको हम दिखा नहीं पाते हैं। तकनीकी क्या कारण है हमें मुझे नहीं पता, वो तो समीर बताएंगे या फिर जो कोई बताएंगे, लेकिन हमें डिमांड है इसकी। वो चाहते हैं जो क्वेश्चंस का उत्तर हमें डिस्प्ले पर हो ताकि सभी लोगों का उसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट अधिक से अधिक हो। सर एक और डिमांड ये है, सर भी कहीं ना कहीं डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट रह चुके होंगे, डिपार्टमेंट में सेक्रेटरी रह चुके होंगे, डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी को सब यूजर्स क्रिएट करने का पावर आपको अभी से सोचना चाहिए। यदि हम एक नौगछिया के डिस्ट्रिक्ट का हम क्वेश्चन लेते हैं तो डिपार्टमेंट फिर उसी मैनुअल में पेपर में जाता है, मेल करता है नौगछिया के SDO को जो फलाना क्वेश्चन हाउस के लिए आया हुआ है आप उसको दीजिए। सर इस पोर्टल को यदि हम और थोड़ा सा आगे खिसकाएंगे तो आपके वहाँ से क्वेश्चंस और वहाँ से आंसर जनरेट होने शुरू हो जाएंगे, आपका ये काम और आगे बढ़ेगा। रिपोर्टिंग मॉड्यूल और कमिटी मॉड्यूल को थोड़ा सा और साफ बनाने की जरूरत है। रिपोर्टर्स को अभी भी टेक्स्ट को वो कॉपी नहीं कर पाते हैं, और हमारे यहाँ तो यदि ये अभी रिपोर्टिंग मॉड्यूल नहीं चालू हुआ है तो उसका एक बड़ा कारण ये भी है जो वो कहते हैं जो हमें ये सुविधा मिलनी चाहिए। मेंबर को एक और जो डिमांड है उनका वो ये है जो वो अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को पीडीएफ फॉर्म में अपने टैब पर खुद के लिए वो रखना चाहते हैं। वो डिस्प्ले नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जब वो भाषण करते हैं तो उन्हें उसका बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए। तो ये मेंबर्स हमें ये करती है। सर, हम आपको एक और इन्फॉर्मेशन देना चाहते हैं जो विधान परिषद में पूरे देश में पहली बार नेभा को इम्प्लीमेंट किया, लेकिन सर हम बाहर से एक भी आदमी को नहीं लाए। हमारे पास में जो पहले से मैन पावर था उसी के मार्फत से हम लाए। लेकिन सर आपने नेभा के लिए कोई कैडर नहीं गठित किया है, कोई आईटी कैडर नहीं गठित किया है। आपको इसके बारे में भी सोचना चाहिए जो आखिर कैसे होगा। ठीक है, हम एनआईसी से ले आएंगे, निक्सी से ले आएंगे, लेकिन वो हमारा अपना पर्सनल कैडर नहीं होगा। तो वो जो आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, चूंकि हम ये मान के चलते हैं आगे आने वाले दिनों में नेभा के और फीचर्स बढ़ेंगे, तो आपको इस पर में अभी से ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। लेकिन सर हम आपको बता दें, जिसमें हमने विधान परिषद में नेभा शुरू किया था तो हमारे सबसे पहला मॉड्यूल क्वेश्चन मॉड्यूल था, और हमारे क्वेश्चन ब्रांच में एक भी आदमी कंप्यूटर जानने वाला नहीं था। तो हम हिमालय पहाड़ पर में बिना पैर के चढ़ने की कोशिश हम कर रहे थे, और हमने करके दिखा दिया जो कैसे होता है ये। तो ये इस पर आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा ध्यान देखना चाहिए। हम वैसे हाउस के लिए कुछ स्लाइड्स लाए हैं जो अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किए हैं, आगे वाले दिनों में उन्हें कठिनाई होगी। आप हमेशा पीठासीन अधिकारी का कॉन्फिडेंस जीतिए। जब तक आप पीठासीन अधिकारी का कॉन्फिडेंस जीतेंगे, आपके प्रोजेक्ट में कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। जिस दिन ये कम हो जाएगा, आपका प्रोजेक्ट वहीं पर रुकेगा, आपको कठिनाई शुरू हो जाएगी। सबसे पहले काम जो सर लोग नहीं किए हैं और सर लोगों को करना चाहिए, जो आप किसी हाउस में नेवा को ले जा रहे हैं तो वहां पर फिजिकल आप वेरिफिकेशन करवाइए। जैसे उदाहरण के लिए हम आपको देते हैं, जो नेवा मॉड्यूल, जो हमारा हाउस डिजिटल मॉड्यूल है, कंट्रोल हम कहाँ बैठाएंगे। हमारा हाउस 1921 का है, और 21 का जो हाउस बना हुआ है उसमें कहाँ से कैमरा और कहाँ से नेवा का कोई किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं था। अब हमने क्या किया, तो जो चेयरमैन का जो अपना गैलरी था, हमने कहा सर यही एक जगह है जहां पर हम ये लगा सकते हैं। चेयरमैन के गैलरी को हमने किडनैप कर लिया, अपहरण कर लिया, और उसमें सारा सेटअप हमने लगा दिया। चेयरमैन कहा जो ये हमारा गैलरी है, हम यदि कोई वीआईपी आएगा तो कहाँ बिठाएंगे हम। सर हम क्या करेंगे, हमारे पास में आपसे बड़ा वीआईपी हमारा हाउस है, हम इसको करेंगे। तो ये मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूँ, जो हाउस के अंदर में हमारा, जब हम उसको नेटवर्किंग कर रहे थे तो कहा जो ये हाउस, इतना हाउस को हम कैसे तोड़ेंगे। हमने कहा जो जब तक हमें परफेक्शन में नहीं चाहिए नेटवर्किंग, हम इंप्लीमेंट नहीं करेंगे। और संजोग ऐसा है, एनआईसी की टीम, यहाँ तो संजीव जी बैठे हुए हैं, उसमें मैं थे वहाँ पर में, हमने पूरे ग्राउंड को तोड़वा दिया, और तोड़वा करके हमने एक एक कंप्यूटर पर में एक अपना हम वायर ले गए, और वहाँ पर हमने किया। आज तक हमारे यहाँ कोई कंप्लेन ना इंटरनेट की आई है, ना स्पीड की आई है, कहीं कुछ नहीं है। तो ये जो रिस्क लेना पड़ता है, उसमें आपको पीठासीन अधिकारी का आपको कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए। जो आप कर रहे हैं और जो वो करने वाले हैं उसमें नहीं आना चाहिए। आप कोई भी काम करेंगे आपको विरोध होगा। पहला विरोध प्रखर स्थिति का होगा। सर अभी बता रहे थे फर्स्ट सेशन में, एक लाइन हम कहना चाहेंगे, जो सर ये बच्चा आपका है, पाल हम रहे हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी कठिनाई होती है। बच्चा आपका है, पाल हम रहे हैं, और ये हमारा सेक्रेटरीट इसको सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। तो ये नेवा क्या होता है, कहाँ से ले आए, कहाँ का ये हेडेक है, ये तुम उठा के ले आए हो। तो सर ये कठिनाई है हमारे ग्राउंड लेवल पर में। वो कठिनाई कब खत्म होगी, वो कठिनाई तब खत्म होगी जब श्रीनिवास साहब हमारे स्टेट का दौरा करेंगे, हमारे चेयरमैन के साथ चाय पियेंगे, तब उनको लगेगा जो नहीं, ये ऐसा कोई इम्पोज किया हुआ चीज़ नहीं है, ये भारत सरकार की जरूरी चीज़ है, इसको इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए। एक बार एक चेयरमैन के साथ हमारी केमिस्ट्री बैठती है, वो चेयरमैन का पीरियड खत्म हो जाता है, फिर दूसरे चेयरमैन आते हैं, अब उनके साथ हमारी केमिस्ट्री नहीं बैठने देते हैं कोई, तो फिर वो सारी प्रॉब्लम फिर वहाँ शुरू हो जाती है। तो इसमें सर आपका पेट्रोनेज चाहिए, आपके समय समय पर चिट्ठियाँ जाती रहनी चाहिए, विजिट करते रहने चाहिए। एक हाउस से दूसरे हाउस के लोग आना, हमारे यहाँ हरियाणा के लोग आए, खूब खुश हुए, हमारे देखिए साहब हरियाणा के लोग आए हैं देखने के लिए, बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है। तो इसका एक असर पड़ता है, एक वातावरण का निर्माण होता है, जो है आपको फर्स्ट में प्रखर विरोध सहना पड़ेगा, सेकंड में मध्यम सहना पड़ेगा, थर्ड में सहनशील भी हो जाएंगे, और अंत में पार्टिसिपेशन होगा। ये हर एक हाउस के साथ होगा। इसीलिए इसके लिए आपको घबराना नहीं है, ये आपको फेस करने की जरूरत है। टीम स्पिरिट चाहिए। आपने कोई काम नहीं किया, आपकी टीम ने काम किया, ये आपको उदार होकर के स्वीकार करना चाहिए। जो नेवा में जो कोई भी लगे हुए हैं वो आपके पार्ट हैं और आपके लिए काम कर रहे हैं। और एक अंतिम चीज जो है वो मान अपमान, यश अपयश सबसे दूर होइए। हमारे पास आज तक प्रोक्योरमेंट की कोई समस्या नहीं हुई। लोग हमसे आकर पूछते थे 8 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट है, कुछ बनाया कि नहीं बनाया। हमने साहब कुछ नहीं बनाया, हमको तो कोई चॉकलेट भी नहीं दिया। तो ये आपको पूरे सेक्रेटरीट में लोगों को ये समझाना चाहिए। हमने समझाया, हमने अपनी सारी चीज़ों को अपने वेब पेज पर रख दिया। देखो भाई टेंडर क्या था, कैसे आया, क्या नहीं आया। तो ये साहस सबको होनी चाहिए, और तभी आप आगे आकर के इसमें लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस जीत सकते हैं। हमारे ऑफिस के अंदर में जितने भी डिविजन्स हैं उनके बीच में कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत जरूरी है। वो कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं होने से आपको सरदर्द ऐसा ही होता है जैसे चलते समय में जूता में कांटा निकलता है। आपको बहुत परेशानी होगी, हर एक जगह आपको परेशानी होगी। ये होना चाहिए सर। कुछ शोध आधारित रिसर्च जो है वो उससे डेटा को जनरेट करवाइए और उसको इसके साथ जोड़िए, ये बहुत जरूरी है। लेकिन ये आसान नहीं है। जैसे हमारे यहाँ हाउस 20 जनवरी 1912 से हमारा हाउस पहला हाउस शुरू हुआ था और आज तक हम अपनी पूरी प्रोसीडिंग्स को एक जगह नहीं ला पाए हैं। और हमारे चेयरमैन हमसे पूछ रहे थे उस समय जो 1885 ईस्वी में जो बंगाल में टेनेंसी एक्ट हुआ था उसकी प्रोसीडिंग्स हमको दिखाओ। हम कहे सर तो है नहीं, तो फिर कौन सी का नेवा चला रहे हो जब तुम्हारे पास में ये पुराना डेटा नहीं है। तो सर हमको हर एक दिन नए तरह के डेटा की जरूरत पड़ती है। आप इसके लिए भी एक टीम बनाइए जो कम से कम भारत में उपलब्ध पॉलिटिकल सेक्टर में उपलब्ध सारे डेटा को एक जगह उपलब्ध रखें। वो सर हमारे पास में जो अब डिमांड आ रही है वो डिमांड आ रही है मुखिया का था जो हमारे पंचायत के बारे में आपके हाउस में क्या क्वेश्चन पूछा गया आप हमको बताइए। अरे भाई हमारे पास ये सर्च इंजन नहीं है, तो सर्च इंजन नहीं है तो बनवाते क्यों नहीं है आप? सर हमें जिला वाइज चाहिए, हमें ब्लॉक वाइज चाहिए, हमें सर्किल वाइज चाहिए, हमें पंचायत वाइज चाहिए। आप सर्च इंजन डेवलप करवाइए। सर्च इंजन के डेवलप करने से बिना इसके बाद नहीं होगा। और हमें कुछ जो हमारा वेब पेज है उसमें हमें कुछ संशोधन की आवश्यकता है। हमें एसेट डिक्लेरेशन का चाहिए। उसमें मीडिया में जितने चीज़ें निकलती हैं, चाहे वो प्रिंट मीडिया हो, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया हो, सोशल मीडिया हो, हमें उसकी क्लबिंग की ज़रूरत है। हमें और भी बहुत कुछ की ज़रूरत है। आप लोगों ने मेरी बात को ध्यान से सुना, बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भैरव लाल दास जी अपना अनुभव हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए। एंड मूविंग ऑन नाउ, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर के श्रीनिवासन, सेक्रेटरी, तमिलनाडु लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली।
और वाइन बेटा। Good afternoon all. Respected Secretary and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, representatives from NEC, CPMU resource team members, fellow participants from other states. It is very honor and privilege to be a part of this national workshop on implementation of National e-Vidhan application, and I thank Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for arranging this workshop. First of all, on behalf of Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly Secretariat, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Speaker for having shown great enthusiasm and taking various steps for implementation of the NeVA in our Secretariat, and I thank them again. I wish to touch upon briefly on what has been done by our Secretariat regarding implementation of NeVA in Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly through PowerPoint. Chronological activities of the NeVA. The tripartite MOU on implementation of NeVA in Tamil Nadu Assembly was signed on 1/2/2021. State level NeVA implementation committee was constituted 18th February. The detailed project report was approved on 22/3/2021, and the State Project Management Unit SPMU was constituted on 23/3/2021. Good. Oh. No, come back. No. Yeah. When we thought of implementing this NeVA, at that time, COVID was very effective in our state. During COVID times, assembly sessions were, we are forced to conduct in an alternative place at Kalaivana Arangam, Chennai. It was decided to install all-in-one PC in all the honorable members' desk for conducting assembly session in a digital mode. MLAs were also provided tablet devices along with the SIM cards. For the first time in the history of the Tamil Nadu Legislature Assembly, paperless budget 2021-2022 and paperless agriculture budget was presented during 13th August and 14th August 2021 respectively. The assembly sessions were conducted in the historical Fort St. George after the COVID period. Due to space constraint, again we have faced some problems. Samsung tablets were purchased with the necessary accessories were installed in the assembly chamber itself along with the proper concealed bailing network. Subsequently, paperless budget was presented for the last year and agriculture budget were presented on 18th March and 19th March 2022 and last year also 21st March and 20th and 21st March agriculture budget and general budget were presented. Since there were issues in operationalizing bilingual site using NeVA and as per the directions of the Honorable Speaker, first of all we have introduced intra-site directions. Intra-site has been developed by NIC, Tamil Nadu TNSE, and all the documents such as agenda, questions, budget documents, policy notes, papers laid on the table of the House, bills, brief, calling attention, detailed report, announcement under Rule 110, government resolutions, etc. were being uploaded and updated daily for the use of the honorable members during assembly session. Members can view the above documents using the tablet device fixed in the chamber. No paper documents were issued to the members inside the House. For the first time, Honorable Governor addressed the Tamil Nadu Legislature in the Legislative Assembly chamber without paper. You have to consider that is during 9th January 2023, without paperless manner, he read this address. Digital House module of NeVA has been successfully implemented during the budget session and it was inaugurated on Honorable Speaker on 12/4/2023. Honorable members were able to access e-book of NeVA for assessing their documents like list of business questions and answers, zero-hour proceedings, etc. bilingually, both English and Tamil, using the tablets fixed in the respective tablets. Training has been imparted to the honorable ministers and honorable members by joint team comprising of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly officials, NIC and PMU staff of NeVA project. Participation of the ministers and MLAs during the session were displayed in the big display panels installed around the assembly chamber, which was welcomed by all the members. You can see our Honorable Chief Minister is reading, replying to a debate, and the screening is going on. Honorable ministers and members felt thrilled as their participation during the sessions were displayed in the large display panels in the chamber with the details like members' photograph, party name, speaking time, it is very important, etc. Honorable members appreciated the implementation of live digital house during the budget session. Also, live webcasting of the assembly proceedings was made available in the NeVA portal also. Now you can see our Honorable Speaker is reading the Tamil version of the Governor's address through paperless mode. Honorable Chief Minister is replying to a debate. Honorable Leader of the House. See, the members are giving training. This is the e-book. As far as training to Tamil Nadu Assembly staff are concerned, in order to impart training to officials, staff of this Assembly Secretariat on various models of NeVA, a 2-day orientation workshop, a webinar on question model, etc. were conducted by the NIC and Ministry of Parliamentary officials have come and gave training. Further trainings through video conferencing on various models were also given to the staff of this Secretariat on various occasions. A 3-day virtual refresher workshop on questions model, list of business, e-book to officers and staff of this Secretariat was conducted by NeVA team, CPMU, MOPA, New Delhi from 8th February, that is last February 2023 to 10th February 2023. Hands-on training from 4th April 2023 to 13th April 2023 has been imparted to officers and staff of this our secretariat on question model, LOB module, house controller module and display module during the budget session by the NeVA technical team from the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and the house was conducted live on NeVA portal from 12/4/2023 to 21/4/2023. Parliamentary Committee on Information and Communication Technology Management in Rajya Sabha during its study tour to Tamil Nadu conducted progress review meeting with the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services on 1/7/2000 last year. They came regarding the implementation of the NeVA in Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly. The committee expressed its appreciation for the initiatives taken by the Tamil Nadu Assembly for implementation of the NeVA project. Delegation of Madhya Pradesh Legislative Assembly comprising of Honorable Speaker and Chairman of the Legislative Committees did a study tour in Tamil Nadu from 11th to 12th October 2022 to know about the process of implementation of NeVA. The challenges that we are facing. Tamil Nadu is in the process of digitalization of documents, reports, proceedings for last 100 years. We have already work has started, and now we are on the digitalization of all the documents. Necessary provision for uploading, indexing, search, etc. needs to be facilitated through NeVA. That has to be done. Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs has to help us. Improvisation of committee module, creation of user-friendly reports with hyperlinks. No problem. By creation of user-friendly reports with hyperlinks wherever needed to various related documents. My ambition that all the committee members has to be given the relevant materials through hyperlink. With the help of the NIC, I am looking at doing this. And synchronization of digital documents with other legislative assemblies, enabling the user to pull references or documents to similar interests related to specific search, etc., acts, rules, and rulings, etc. And also we are at it. And the NeVA module app may incorporate the user authentication process apart from the OTP-based access. Comprehensive data boards to honorable members with updated information and improve attendance-making procedures. Possibility of circulation of ad hoc documents to the honorable members through the portal, which is being presently circulated in the form of email communication, to avoid repeat entry of honorable members' profile data. These are the things. Now, I would like to point out the steps that we have planned to take. Establishment NeVA Kendra, Seva Kendra in Tamil Nadu Assembly for imparting training to members, staff, etc. Commissioning of infrastructure for webcasting Tamil Nadu Assembly proceedings using NeVA portal. Because through YouTube, we are facing some problems. So we wanted to avoid commissioning, that is webcasting of Tamil Nadu Assembly proceedings through YouTube. So we want to sort out that problem. And imparting training to all honorable ministers, honorable members, personal assistants to honorable ministers, and staff of departments of secretariat, and that we are doing. Periodical training to officers and staff of the assembly on the remaining modules like committee module, house reporters module, department module, user management module, search retrieval module, etc. Deployment of dedicated single system integrator for continuous hand-holding and implementation of NeVA. And we have planned, coming Monday, we have a House Committee meeting, and we are going to place this matter before the House Committee. And I request the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs to approve that proposal also. And before implementing, before entering this project, I have some hesitation. First of all, I have some hesitation whether I can win this program, and all the members may whether accept or not. With my additional secretary, is and guide and philosopher to, especially for myself, as far as myself is concerned. He gave all the guidance, and now I feel very happy, and I request all the remaining states kindly join this program so that we can join together and exchange one-to-one. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. K. Srinivasan. Moving on, I'd like to invite Sri Rajesh Singh, Nodal Officer, Nagaland Legislative Assembly, and we'll also like to invite Mrs. Rio, Secretary in Charge, Nagaland Legislative Assembly. I repeat, Nagaland Legislative Assembly. Welcome, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Nagaland Legislative Assembly, we are 4 of us are here with 2 of our NIC members here representing. We thank you all for giving us this opportunity. And I am very new, taking over as Secretary Assembly Nagaland. It's been some few months. So on behalf of the Nagaland Legislative Assembly, my nodal officer will give us the full program on this, the implementation of NeVA project in our assembly. So I give the rest of the time to him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we'll like to thank you, Srinivas sir and Satyaprakash sir, for giving us this their valuable time and letting us brief about our journey towards automation in Nagaland. As right now you all are aware what this NeVA is all about. The main purpose for this is the key feature I can say for national e-Vidhan application is to include paperless assembly proceedings, digital documentation, efficient processing, and easy access to information. This is our journey, how we started. Our discussion with MOPA was started in early 2020, and then MOU was signed with MOPA during November 2020. And in November 2021, agreement was executed between NLA and a system integrator. And on 19th of March 2022, Nagaland became the first state in India to go live with NeVA. The major objectives for going for NeVA was to taking environmentally friendly measures by reducing paper uses and emphasizing online communication, removing the redundant process which otherwise delay the flow of information among various stakeholders, and auto-compilation of reports and queries, providing the data instantly to carry out various analytical studies. These are the, I can say, these are the 6 pillars for us, for Nagaland, to go for successful implementation. First one was the system study. We have gone through a thorough system study for our manual process which we are going through. Then IT infra, what are the requirements for all this, what are the requirements for going live. Then NeVA implementation was there, coordination with NeVA team, configuration as per our manual process flow. Then most important was the training for the core team, branch employees, members, departments, and support staff. Then there was operational and project management support also given to us on timely basis whenever we required. These are the modules which is already discussed by Satya sir. This is our as-is flow. Before NeVA, we were working on this process manually. And after doing all the system study and everything, we found out that in NeVA, we can go with this amount of process only. This is the diagram for the whole total network topology, what we have done inside the assembly house to connect each and every single room with internet connectivity. These are the hardware items which we have installed all over the assembly. This includes publicity also. We have created 3 social media sites, one for Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where on regular basis we update all our achievement, whatever is going on inside the house has been updated here. This is the NeVA 2B flow. Little bit as NeVA give us the little bit of liberty, so we have done little bit of tweeting around this thing, like proofreading part, and the comparison you can find it out here. Before in manual flow we were having 32 steps, but in NeVA it is around 14 steps. Official involved in question processing flow was 13 in manually, but after NeVA implementation it has come to 9, so other officials we can utilize for some other important works also. This is the comparison of manual and NeVA flow for rest of the modules. The last 2 columns you can see, it reflects the paper consumption, A4 size. For notice processing, manually we were having 834 papers, but after implementation it has come to 0 to 25. E-laying, like Satya sir was telling, 99% it is utilizing and all those stuff, so 40,000 plus paper were used manually. In NeVA it's required 0. Like this all briefing, this is as per Nagaland Assembly, it can vary according to the states. This is little bit of customization which has been done, as NeVA recommend multiple display inside the house, and so in Nagaland we were facing one issue that a couple of display where we have to put, it was somewhat around 80 to 90 meters far away from the business controller unit or from the server room where we have installed everything. So for that purpose, we have changed that HDMI splitter to HDMI RJ45 converter. So right now, all the 5 display are connected through network cable, and if we want to increase in future also, I just have to buy that RJ45 converter and I can install it anywhere with the display system. These are the training conducted so far for all the branches, for core team. Hardware orientation was also given to the core team, whatever was supplied and installed, what is the working of that. For members, digital house, ebook. There is a project management unit in Nagaland chaired by secretary in charge to monitor the progress of NeVA on a regular basis. She is supported by the core team member, where each and from one member from every branch is included in that core team member. And there is a project management unit from system integrator part also. Higher officials are continuously monitoring that process, and same is communicated to Nagaland Assembly on a weekly basis. These are our upcoming plans, sir. In upcoming session, we have planned to cut down list of business and various annual administrative reports, so that consumption of paper and printing cost can be saved. Till now, we were going parallelly. Phase 2 training for legislator related to question notice and mobile application and bill management need to be given to them. And all the departments training need to be conducted. All things are planned. Before this upcoming session, we will surely finish this off. And here are some photos for These are the photos during the CPA Zone 3 meet, which was held in November, 17th November 2022. Here also we have tried to brief all the speakers and other delegates about NeVA, and we have taken them to our assembly for giving them the briefing about how it's look inside the house during the session. This is the photographs of the training conducted for the honorable legislators. This is the recently Tripura visit for Nagaland Assembly. And under NeVA there is a conference room also. So this is the newly constructed conference room in Nagaland, which is up and operational. These were some tweets from Prahlad sir and MOPA during when we went live in 2022, March 19th. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring this to your notice that we have 5 more delegates, 5 more presentations, and 4 o'clock the session ends, so kindly confine to your time limit. Next, I'd like to invite Shri Bidur Kharka, IT Section, Sikkim Legislative Assembly.
A very warm welcome to all. With the permission of the chair, it is a true pleasure for me to stand in front of you all and speak few words about NeVA implementation in Sikkim Legislative Assembly. This one is not working. It starts with initial with the first training which was held in the year 2020, followed by MOU and tripartite agreement signed by MOPA, Sikkim Legislative Assembly, and Parliamentary Affairs Department, Government of Sikkim on 10th February 2021. SPMU NeVA Implementation Committee was formed on 22nd February 2021. Selection of vendor was done accordingly. Infrastructure set up by vendor has been done. Formulation of NeVA core team, virtual training of NeVA team which was provided by Central Project Monitoring Unit, MOPA. Master data entry has been done. Module-wise training has been provided to all the users, and in user management system we have created different users like diary section, legislation sections, typist, proofreading, legislations for question branch to fix question date. Currently we are using some modules like list of business and questions processing modules in our live session, for which we completed admin and super admin modules to update and entry the master data for user management process and all. Ebook is one of the interesting modules in which we shown the agenda, that is LOB, and questions processing to the honorable members of our Legislative Assembly. Members were able to view list of business and questions through NeVA ebook in installed tablet of the house. We are able to display live going agenda questions and speaking time of the members through display unit. Sikkim Legislative Assembly staff were able to save their time using these questions processing modules in NeVA applications. NeVA digitization house modules are digital ebook format accessible through members login in touch screen devices installed at members' desks. We are able to lay all the questions and list of business to public through public portal of NeVA. But we all know that the entire globe was hindered by COVID-19 pandemic, and so implementation also got delayed due to this fact. Short time frame between final training and go live sessions but fortunately with utmost support of our secretary sir and especially secretary sir, somehow everything got into the right place and we successfully started live session. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable members of Sikkim Legislative Assembly showed immense interest in this NeVA digitization process. Public also gave really good response to the live telecast in our Facebook page, that is Sikkim Legislative Assembly page. So few photographs of our live session, myself guiding Chief Minister sir about these digital applications. My colleague guiding honorable members, honorable minister. So this is one of the live display of our sessions. My fellow colleagues are doing their works in control room. Support team from NeVA to go live with Honorable Speaker of Sikkim. Overall, this application is remaining successful in our first go-live attempt at tiny yet beautiful Himalayan state, Sikkim, where nature smiles, and with having e-Vidhan project, we are very helpful to spread more of smiles to our general public. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. मेरा सभी से जो अभी बचे हुए हैं पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं इस प्रोग्राम में, मेरा उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर रेपिटिशन कोई हो तो उसको ना करें तो अच्छा रहेगा, जिससे कि हम सभी को सुन पाएंगे, और एडिशनल चीज़ वो कुछ बोलें तो वो अच्छा रहेगा. थैंक यू.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Kharkar from Sikkim. Let's move on now, and I'd like to invite Shri Pradeep Kumar Dubey, Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh Assembly.
आप सभी को हमारा सादर नमस्कार. Before power presentation, I'd like to submit certain things for the consideration of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. At the beginning, I would like to say that UP has taken a stride in implementing NeVA, and with the active cooperation of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and I really express my gratitude for that. NIC, Delhi and UP chapter of NIC has also done a great job in UP. We have the team here, and these people have also been very cooperative in that. Our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Speaker actually took keen interest in this project, and within 1 month after taking over, Honorable Speaker ensured that the hardware, the e-book and everything is installed in the House, and that was a great achievement. When Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha visited UP, we were privileged to have his presence in the inauguration of UP NeVA. It is very revolutionary as well as complicated. In fact, I have had the chance of working in the judiciary as well as executive, and now I am with the legislature. Judiciary is quite, I think, say, friendly for digital implementation. And executive, they have experts. But with regard to legislature, we get the people, we get the public representative from the last nook of the society. They may not be very tech savvy. So that particular segment, that is one stakeholder in NeVA which is very important. And we have yet to sort of, cover a long space as far as that part is concerned, which obviously Dr. Satyaprakash, who was Additional Secretary, was actually explaining in the morning. And I also congratulate the Additional Secretary, Dr. Satyaprakash. It appears as if it is his concept, and I really congratulate. I was quite impressed the way he was explaining everything, and I congratulate for that. There are a few things which I'd like to draw your attention to. The rest of the things are being said before our presentation. There are three segments of NeVA as far as I understand. One is the inflow of information which we receive. It has also been explained in the DPR which we had prepared. Second is the in-house proceedings, that is laying items. Third, obviously, is the exchange of information with the stakeholders. In UP, inflow of information, I would say, has been achieved, say, 50%, not more than that. Even that is quite commendable, I must say. So we need to work on the inflow of information. I think there are certain issues of compatibility. Uttar Pradesh has already done many things as far as the digitization is concerned before NeVA was adopted in August 2022. We had already done our proceedings were digitized. We had already had questions online. We had put our agenda online. We had full network. We had library, and many things. But when we adopted NeVA in August 2022, we are trying to make it compatible with the software which we have adopted, and there are issues. Therefore, the information which is supposed to come to the House, there are issues which my people will explain, and obviously we will need your help in that, some active cooperation. We would also request you to give dedicated time to the state of Uttar Pradesh so that we are able to reach the goal as far as possible. The laying part, the House proceedings, in-house activity has almost been completed by us. And that is with the cooperation of and help of MOPA and NIC. We have completed that. That's almost 90%. There are very few segments in which we are supposed to cover certain grounds. Then third part, that exchange of information with the stakeholders is very dismal, I must say. Because, we have yet to get the bills from the government. We have yet to sort of, get answers on many counts, notices we are not getting from MLAs. At the same time, the government department need to be sensitized. So on that part also, we will require a lot of assistance and help from MOPA, and I see people are working on that. That's what we can see. So, and then another thing is that the continuous training part, because we had done training in the beginning, but it appears that the MLAs as well as our officials need continuous training because there are improvisations also, and because whenever every rules of procedure is different state, if we can have model rules, I don't know, that's a part of different sort of, member parliament, because that's very important. Now, questions how they are received, how they are vetted, how they are approved, how they go to the House. Every assembly has its own, deviations. Ultimately, the questions have to be asked, they should be answered in the House. So how do we do it? I don't know, but those things need to be looked into, the rules of procedure. If we can have some uniformity somehow, then obviously this NeVA will definitely, it will be very easy. And this being a transitional phase, there are difficulties, but definitely I bow my head for the work which MOPA and NIC is doing, and transition we will cover, because the hardware part is very simple, software is an improvisation, mindset is changing, which we have to do. That is another part which we have to do, because that's training, orientation, mindset, especially in a place like UP, which has 403 members, it's as big as Parliament. We have people from very remote areas. Now, to make them understand everything, but I'm really surprised and impressed. My speaker, and he also, the credit goes to him. When we started off, we thought that it will be very difficult for these MLAs to sort of, make them understand, but 80% of them used them in the first House, and almost 95% are using them now, and our team is also very, and NIC UP has done a great job for that, and we have a proper team there. There's no doubt about it. Now, we would like them to have a quick presentation so that we wind up. Oh, hello. Yes, carry on. रिमोट यहाँ है हमारे पास है, ब्राउज वो काम माउस, तुम तो गए वहीं से वहीं चला रहे थे आप, इसलिए इसको वहीं से तुम कर लो, यू कैरी ऑन फ्रॉम देयर ओनली है। Yeah, so SPMU, every formality has been done. We've already finished that, and yeah, DPR, all those things have already been done, and we already. These are the things which we had done before. In fact, you know, the facilities we had before, where we had question answers, we had dynamic website, we already had streaming of House proceedings. So these are the features which we already had before the adoption of e-Vidhan, and there were e-presence of the members also in the House, and agenda was already online. The budget was also presented paperless because the finance department was not submitting hard copies of budget, so we had to do that. Now there are certain challenges also because we did not have enough seats, we had to create them, and then we had to put all those gadgets. The house is very old, it's 100-year-old building, so we had to do a lot of civil work also. But anyhow or the other, we have sort of achieved it. There are congestions, but we are dealing with it gradually. Those challenges are there in any case. That's not the issue. It was inaugurated by Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha on May 20th, 21st May 2022, and I think he was also very encouraging, and he thought that UP has done a good job in that. We have the NeVA Seva Kendra in place, and it is functioning also well. Now, this is the situation about the present status. We have tablets, we have e-book, we have also specified seats for every member, we have optical fiber high-speed network, the list of business, circular, budget presentation, question answer, everything, bill, notices, these are all being done online, except that there are some compatibility issues which we need to sort of, but everything is online. It is digitized, and we are working on that. Training is there, NeVA Seva Kendra is equipped, members individually, they are taking tablets. We are also providing them tablets for the training, and NeVA Seva Kendra, qualified technical manpower is there. And these are the training programs, then we have some future programs also. Yeah, this is like, we are going to have these are like roadmap which we have. Basically, this again relates to the notices. We are not receiving notices under different rules from the members, and that is one big part. In fact, what has happened of late, in the last about 10 years, the emphasis on legislation has diminished. The demands of constituency is so much that the notice part of the rules of procedure is more prominent. So right from the morning till evening, we keep receiving notices under different rules. The government is busy in answering that. We have to give some emphasis on legislation. That's a different aspect. But the notices have to be received online. That part of software need to be activated as early as possible. That will help us a lot, and that will make paperless in the real sense of the term. Because I don't know how far is it true, the bills and all will come in any case. That's the mainstay of legislative business. But it is consuming a lot of time. Notices are consuming. That's one thing. And the committee part is there. We have to see that the committees also come on board. I think that's second, third, whatever schedule you have. And there's one segment, the reporting. There we have some problems, which my team is actually dealing with MOPA. Because reporting also has some complications. First it is reported, goes to there is a particular section in the Vidhan Sabha, we call it proceeding section. And then it comes to there's editing. Because it takes about 1 month before the proceedings are edited. Till they are edited, we cannot put online. Because unedited copy is given to the MLAs. They basically correct it. That also should be given to the MLAs online. But that part remains to be done. So overall, these are the scenario, but it's a commendable job. I congratulate MOPA, and whatever we can do, UP has definitely has some satisfaction. If not, we should not be basically, satisfied, but we have satisfaction that we have done quite a bit of thing. It's a big assembly, and those challenges I hope MOPA will understand on technical part, on financial part, on all those things. And thank you very much for everything.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dubey, for sharing your experience. And moving on, I'd like to invite Shri S.K. Dondeyal, Special Secretary and Finance Controller, UP Legislative Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. Principal Secretary Vidhan Parishad has very nicely presented the whole journey, and we have also the same experiences. Constitutionally, we are the upper house, but technically and actually we are the younger brothers, and we are following what they are doing. Not going to presentation, this is simply photographs. I am just telling you what we have done. Vidhan Parishad UP has developed basic required infrastructure to facilitate e-Vidhan. Live proceedings are available on Vidhan Parishad YouTube channel. Prior to e-Vidhan, we have already presented e-budget in the House. And I am from Finance Services, so for technical computerization, Finance Department is the face of the UP. All Vidhan Parishad officials have been trained regarding e-Vidhan, and I want to tell you what the team you sent to UP, they are wonderful people, and without getting irritated, they address all our inquiries. So they are very good people, and I am very much thankful to them. NeVA Seva Kendra has been established. NeVA Command Control Center has been established. And what we are to do, procurement of other equipment which are necessary. They are sanctioned in DPR, but because of financial crunch and permission from central government, we are not able to purchase them. To register the officials of different departments, it is still to be done. To train the a detailed training of honorable members is to be conducted. They are very prompt in learning what they were not reluctant, because new technologies, we are not in a mood basically to accept it, but very happily they adopted it. Manpower is to be hired, or presently working is being done. Tablets are to be given to all honorable members. We have already given them, because for e-budgeting, you know, 1/3 of them retire every second year. So we want money from central government for these tablets. This is what to be said. Thank you.
Additional money for what?
Additional money for, because the rates you have given, they are
Yeah, but you are telling that some replacement has to be done.
Pardon?
Your replacement for every year.
Because we have reimbursed them.
Okay.
They purchase and we reimburse them. We can't take them, those tablets.
Okay.
So we have to give all members. And we have given only for 16 members.
But you have written to us, no? You so many times means you better address to me, you know. You send a copy of this email to me in my address.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dondier, for raising those important issues. And moving on, I'd like to invite Shri Naran Dutt, Joint Secretary, Haryana Vidhan Sabha. And we'd also like to invite Mr. Sunil Kumar, Senior System Analyst, Haryana Vidhan Sabha.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Secretary MOPA and Additional Secretary MOPA for organizing this two-day national workshop. Sir, I feel privileged to be representing Haryana State Assembly in front of this august platform. We started our journey of paperless assembly on 12th of September 2021 after approval of the DPR. And exactly after almost one year, on 8th of August 2022, we went live with our first session of e-Vidhan. It has been a great experience, sir. NeVA has revolutionized the way we conduct our assembly business. This platform has empowered members to access information anytime, anywhere from the online portal. It has streamlined and automated end-to-end bill life cycle from introduction, reading, amendments, online voting to approval. Sir, earlier we used to print almost 500 copies of state budget, 700 copies of various committee reports, and 300 copies of responses on starred and unstarred questions. With the introduction of NeVA, we have reduced this number remarkably. This year we have printed only 25 copies of state budget, only 70 copies of various committee reports, and notably received responses on starred and unstarred questions through online mode only. This would not have been possible without the able guidance of Shri Gyanchand Gupta, Honorable Speaker Haryana Vidhan Sabha, and Honorable Chief Minister Shri Manohar Lal Khattar ji. And I would like to specially thank SIO NIC, Mr. Deepak Bansal. I would also like to thank MOPA team for their continuous support. Sir, I request the ministry to continue their support in the future as back-end rights of NeVA application rest with the MOPA. Now, I request Mr. Sunil Kumar to take over the representation.
Thank you, sir. With due respect, most of the things is already been covered by our Joint Secretary, but still the few points I want to be highlight with these few slides. These are the key challenges which we are facing before the NeVA implementation. The excess paper and the huge paper wastage was there. If there is a change in the question, if there is a change in the reply from the department side, he need to be replace all the papers, all the copies of the reply in Vidhan Sabha, in the department head or the concerned minister. But after the implementation of the NeVA, he did not to change that papers. He just need to be upload the next version of the copy. So he saves the huge paper and is also stop the wastage of the paper. There is no delay. The right information is being shared with the right person, with the right time, with a single click. There is no need to be circulate the paper to anybody. The concerned department already is complaining about the late receiving of the questions, but after the implementation of the NeVA, it's been stopped. The questions are being displayed to the department after the initial approval, and once that is approved by Honorable Speaker, the reply option will be available through the NeVA portal. There is no repetitive efforts being done by the department, by the member. Member can submit the question online. He can see the status of the question, where it belongs to be, whether it's admitted, it's rejected, same with the notice and the motions. He can check why it's been rejected, why it's been accepted, what's the reason for that. And there is the best benefit of the NeVA is the reports. Earlier, all the reports are being done manually, but after the implementation of the NeVA, these reports will be handy with a single click. This is the NeVA journey in Haryana Legislative Assembly. We have constituted the SPMU and high-level Apex Committee first. Then the tri-party MOU was signed with MOPA and the state government. Then we did the study visit to Himachal Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh assemblies and the Bihar Council. We learned so many things from there, and that is being implemented in Haryana. And we also noticed the challenges they have faced to avoid in case of Haryana. With the help of all this, we have implemented this project within 7 months of the time. Preparation of the DPR, approval of the DPR by SPMU and high-level Apex Committee, then approval of the DPR from central level, then release of the fund, setup of NeVA Seva Kendra, NeVA trainings, hardware procurement, and manpower deployment. The first session was go live as explained by our Joint Secretary in the August 2022. Next one. These are some benefits which already been discussed before me. There is a single digital platform for all, easy and timely information access, increased visibility and transparency in the system. There is an enhanced collaboration, paperless house, and the public information through NeVA portal. The optimum usage of the manpower and the machinery is reduced to the negligible level because no paper has been circulated in Haryana after the budget session 2023. We have not allowed a single paper in the house in last budget session, starting from the governor address to budget and other legislative business. These are the some key steps or decision which complete the project in the very tight timelines, that is almost 7 months, and reduce the cost to the 70% as approved by MOPA and the state government. We have the active support from our Honorable Speaker, as always, our Honorable Chief Minister, Leader of Opposition, and all the members of the Haryana Assembly. Active support from the state government, especially from the Chief Secretary. We have done the 14 consecutive meetings of high-level Apex Committee and the SPMU. By the guidance of that, we have created a technical committee which is under the chairmanship of our secretary. They did the 7 days consecutive continuous meetings, and they prepared the technical specification of the procurement. In parallel of that, we have done the NeVA trainings. At the time of the procurement of the hardware, when it was delivered, everything was ready with us with the software training. Everybody in the assembly staff, member, and the state government staff have the idea what is going to be happen and how it's going to be happen. So we did its all parallel process. We also utilize our existing infrastructure, which leads to the saving of the budget, which we have got sanctioned 8.53 crores from Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and the state government in the ratio of 60-40. And I'm happily announcing here that we have completed the project somewhere in 6.26 crore. This is some glimpse of the NeVA Seva Kendra inauguration, and there is a workshop which has been conducted for the training of members and the nodal officers of the state government. This is the NeVA launched occasion on 8th of August 2022, where we have done the first session through the NeVA. It was a parallel session where we have allowed the paper and NeVA both, but in the second session, which is conducted in December 2022, was only with the 70% of the paper. We have not allowed the reply of the questions in December 2022 session. After that, we have the budget session in 2023, which was completely paperless. There was no single paper was introduced in the House. These are the modules which we have covered so far under the NeVA project. This is the transaction of the last session. We have processed 531 questions, 41 reports, 582 paper was laid, 141 department reports has been there, and there is the 13th of the government official bills was processed through the NeVA portal.
NeVA यानी नेशनल ई विधान एप्लीकेशंस, जिसका 2 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला दिल्ली में 24 और 25 मई को आयोजित की जा रही है। सर्वप्रथम तो मैं देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनको बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने पूरे देश के अंदर एक डिजिटलाइजेशन की मुहिम शुरू की है, जिसके बहुत अच्छे परिणाम हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं। चाहे वो लोकसभा हो, चाहे वो देश की सभी विधानसभाएं हैं, इन सब के अंदर ई विधान के माध्यम से पूरे का पूरा कामकाज नेवा के माध्यम से होता है। जितने भी सरकारी पत्र हैं, पत्र व्यवहार है, या विधानसभा के अंदर जो माननीय सदस्यों के द्वारा प्रश्न हैं, या जो रेजोल्यूशंस हैं, या अन्य विधायी कार्य हैं, सभी के सभी जो हैं ई विधान के माध्यम से आज हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर किए जा रहे हैं। हमने हरियाणा प्रदेश के माननीय सदस्यों के लिए, माननीय हमने सभी जो हमारे कर्मचारी हैं, अधिकारी हैं, यहाँ तक कि हरियाणा सरकार के कर्मचारियों के लिए भी ई सेवा केंद्र का, नेवा सेवा केंद्र का यहाँ पर शुरुआत की है, जिसमें अब तक काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में, चाहे हमारे वो विधानसभा सदस्य हैं, चाहे हमारे विधानसभा के स्टाफ के मेंबर्स हैं, या हरियाणा सरकार के स्टाफ मेंबर्स हैं, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से इस सेवा केंद्र का उपयोग किया है और ई विधान को लागू करने में अपना पूरा सहयोग दिया है। आज ये केंद्र NIC के द्वारा संचालित किए जा रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार से हमारे आदरणीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी ने नेवा को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए, नेवा की शुरुआत करने के लिए जो हमें उत्साहित किया, जो प्रेरणा दी, और इसके साथ साथ जो हमें बजट भी दिया, चाहे वो हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी हैं, अर्जुन मेघवाल जी हैं, मैं उन सब का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर नेवा की शुरुआत करने के लिए अपना भरपूर सहयोग दिया। धन्यवाद।
This was the message from our honorable speaker. Before concluding, I just want to add few things over here. It's a very good experience altogether while implementation of the NeVA in Haryana state, and we really enjoyed this implementation with a limited time. And the one thing I want to share is, after the implementation of the NeVA, we haven't got any single suggestion from any of the member, any of the department, or any of the senior secretaries of the Haryana state. All appreciated the way it's been implemented, the way it's working, the way it's presenting the data in the house through the digital mode. So it's not only saved the paper, it's also make the system faster, transparent, accountable, and more stable. And going forward, we are also looking for the same support from the Ministry of Parliamentary that we are already getting from their side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should understand that by 5 o'clock we have to close the session, and I would like to share with you, I think announcer ma'am already would have told you that today our secretary will also be hosting dinner for you here in this venue, and by 7:30 again, after refreshing yourself, you are supposed to come back. So I would request that last speaker in this session should be very brief, and thereafter our DG or NIC is also there. He will make his remarks for 5, 7 or 10 minutes or whatever you want to take, because they have been our partner, technical partner, and they have done great job, and they are constantly helping us. So their constant help, guidance is always required. So he will be making his remarks, and then last session we will try to sum up in a fastest manner whatever we can do, because we don't want to, you can say, shift it to tomorrow, then again we will be overburdened. So now I request last speaker through you to come and do his or her presentation in a brief.
Absolutely, sir. And I'd like to reiterate that there's sumptuous dinner lined up by the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. That's 7:30 in the same hall, Convention Hall. And of course, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs is hosting that dinner. And thank you so much, Team Haryana, for that presentation. And moving on to the last presentation, Shri Vijay Kumar, Project Manager, NeVA, Mizoram Legislative Assembly.
Good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, all the secretaries from the different state and the nodal officer. सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि सर आपने जो वर्कशॉप कंडक्ट किया है इसके लिए धन्यवाद, बिकॉज एक तरह का ये कल्चरल माइग्रेशन हो रहा है, हम लोग सभी अदर स्टेट से मिल पा रहे हैं और कुछ सॉल्यूशंस हैं जो उनकी तरफ से मिल पा रहे हैं, कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स जो हम अपने शेयर कर पा रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड आशा करता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर में भी आप इस तरह के वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज करें ताकि और भी सॉल्यूशंस मिल पाएँ आप लोगों की तरफ से एंड अदर स्टेट की तरफ से। सो वी कैन स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द प्रेजेंटेशन। सर मैं ज़्यादा तो टाइम नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि सिंस फ्रॉम द मॉर्निंग वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द नेवा एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स। तो नेवा के बारे में सर हमने अभी तक तो 17 मॉड्यूल्स जितने भी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं सर, मोरलेस सभी अधिकारियों ने, सभी नोडल ऑफिसर्स ने एक ही बात कही है। तो हमारे यहाँ पे भी हमने 17 मॉड्यूल्स इंक्लूड कर लिए हैं सर। इसके अलावा हमने एक नई मॉड्यूल अभी इंक्लूड की सर, जैसे आपने सजेशन दिया था कि डैम्स डिजिटल आर्काइव मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम सर। सो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट एंड जितने भी हमारे 1952 से डॉक्यूमेंट हैं सर, हमने उनको कैप्चर किया हुआ है. नाउ वी आर स्टार्टिंग द अपलोडिंग इन द NeVA एप्लीकेशन सर, so that public can view the documents, old documents sir. So we are starting in this sir. In the beginning sir, जब हमने NeVA शुरू किया था तब क्या था, हमने एक एनालिसिस किया क्योंकि बहुत सारी पेपर कंजप्शन हो रही थी. उसमें से हमने केवल अकाउंटेबिलिटी किया, जो पेपर हमने यूज़ किया. अदर देन सर, हमने जो भी पेपर, कुछ तो ऐसे पेपर जो गलत हो चुके हैं उनको हमने कभी काउंट नहीं किया. मोर और लेस बहुत सारे पेपर हमने वेस्टेज किया और लैक ऑफ डिजिटल फॉर्मेट में नहीं थे. जितने भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन थे वो डिजिटली नहीं थे, हार्ड कॉपी में थे. डिले ऑफ इन गेटिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन, क्योंकि अगर आपको किसी प्रकार के भी इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए थे, पहले उनको एक आवेदन लिखना पड़ेगा असेंबली कमिश्नर को, देन दे विल फाइंड आउट द ओल्ड डॉक्यूमेंट एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स. उसके बाद वो आपको उपलब्ध करा पाएंगे. देन हमने एक चीज़ देखा सर असेंबली में कि जब डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर रहे हैं तो रैंडमली कई बार हुआ कि कुछ सेशंस के डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं हैं, कुछ हैं गायब हो गए हैं या मिसप्लेस हो गए. नाउ द NeVA इज कमिंग, तो हमने स्ट्रक्चर वे में इनको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना शुरू कर दिया सर. दैट इज़ अ गुड थिंग. हमारी जर्नी सर यहाँ से शुरू होती है 22 से. एक्चुअली देयर इज सम ओवरलैप, आई थिंक सो. मार्च 22 से हमारा शुरू होता है जर्नी सर. MOU साइन होता है पार्लियामेंट अफेयर से. हमने फरवरी 22 में सर EOI को पब्लिश किया पेपर में. देन एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ एवल्यूशंस हुआ. देन उसके बाद हमने सबमिट किया सर, आपको आपकी तरफ से फंड अलॉटमेंट हुई. देन हमने काम शुरू किया. मार्च 22 से हमने काम शुरू कर दिया सर. उसके बाद हमने सितंबर 22 में गो लाइव किया. फर्स्ट सेशन वाज द 3 डे, दैट वाज द 6, 7, 8 एंड लास्ट ईयर इट वाज मोर और लेस हरियाणा स्लाइड. उन्होंने पहले ही बता चुका है कि इस तरह के हमने किया है. द की फैक्टर सर, सिस्टम स्टडी. हमने सिस्टम स्टडी किया. जैसा सर बिहार रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सर से बताया कि उन्होंने फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन किया पूरी बिल्डिंग को. हमारे यहाँ पे भी पुरानी बिल्डिंग है सर, 2 बिल्डिंगें हैं और उनको ज़्यादा डेवलप करना भी पॉसिबल नहीं था दैट टाइम. सो वी हैव स्टडी द सिस्टम इन अ वेरी ब्रीफ वे. देन हमने वहाँ पे इंफ्रा के लिए, IT इंफ्रा के लिए सर हमने 2 चीज़ें वहाँ पे करी है. एक NMS लोकली, NMS दैट इज़ द नेटवर्क मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम सर. बिकॉज ड्यूरिंग द सेशन अभी क्या है कि सर कहीं से भी डाउन हो गया द लीज लाइन, सडनली वी कांट डू एनीथिंग. उसके लिए हमने लोकली एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया है, दैट इज़ द नेटवर्क मॉनिटरिंग. वी हैव एस्टैब्लिश वन द PMU देयर. Everybody is monitoring the network because the major thing is the network. Without network, you can't go live or we can't open the e-book. उसके बाद सर हमने किया है NeVA इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. इसमें NeVA टीम से हमें बहुत सारी सपोर्ट मिलती है. किसी भी तरह का रेजोल्यूशंस या सॉल्यूशंस मिल जाता है. इसके बाद हमने ट्रेनिंग कराई सर वहाँ पे. ऑल द कोर टीम मेंबर्स, branch employees, members, department and the support teams, operational support and the project management. मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि सर हमने सभी मॉड्यूल पे अभी काम शुरू कर दिया है. Initially it was the only 17 modules, so we included the 18 number, that is the dams. So we have started on the dams also. These things are the procured for the NeVA as per the DPR. Everything is procured there and everything is installed and implemented there, sir. This is inside the house. Right now we have the 3 display. Every display we are displaying the NeVA module. This is our network structure. We have the 2 ISPs, sir, Internet Service Provider. One is the private and one is the NIC. Private ISP is giving the 100 Mbps and the NIC is giving the 200 Mbps for the redundant. These are some photo for the training for the members. There was a visit by the Punjab Legislative Assembly on 20 February. And there was also a visit from the Madhya Pradesh team. The speaker sir is also there, and some of the members. Achievement. सर आपके द्वारा टोटल 8.7 करोड़ का सैंक्शन हुआ था. हमने फर्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट एंड यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट सबमिट करवा दिया, सेकंड भी करवा दिया, थर्ड अभी प्रोसेस में है सर. प्रिक्योरमेंट हमारी तरफ से वी हैव डन एवरी प्रिक्योरमेंट. एंड सिविल वर्क में हमने ट्रेनिंग रूम, वीसी रूम एंड सर्वर रूम को वहाँ तैयार कर लिया. एंड फॉर द ट्रेनिंग पार्ट वी हैव गिवन द मेंबर्स ट्रेनिंग and parallelly we have given the training to the core teams and department nodules. And one thing we have included, sir, for the members PA and PPS, because sometimes they are not familiar with the technology. So some of the members having their expertise PA and PPS so that they can give the support to any time. Training and hands-on for the translator and the reporter branch. We have completed two sessions. That the first session was 6 to 8 September, and second session was the budget session we have conducted in the March this year. And everything is uploaded, the soft copy, in the NeVA portal. As earlier I mentioned that the NMS network monitoring system and the help desk we have locally implemented there. For the budget session, sir, this is the achievement for the Mizoram Assembly. There was a harsh and the hard decision taken by the Commissioner and Secretary to reduce the 50% of the using of the paper. So in coming future, we are going to minimize the more and more paper. This is the comparative for the every module, how much paper we are consuming earlier. It is approximately 5 lakhs something. Now it is reduced 50%, sir. That we have compared, and we have captured everything by the every sections. So parallelly, we are doing the publicity also in the local newspaper for the public, what the things are going on in the assembly and all these things. We have created 3 social media platform also there. Some appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our NeVA team should be ready for the presentation. Now I request Shri Rajesh Gera ji to make his observations, please.
Respected Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir, Secretaries of the State Government, senior officers from the assemblies, councils, and my fellow colleagues from NIC, which I am seeing almost with every state delegation. I know time is less, so I'll make only few observations. And first, I would like to thank Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for making NIC as the technical partner for the implementation of this national project. I remember about 8 to 9 years back when I had visited Himachal Pradesh Assembly, and there, that time it was a novelty in that age, where they showed me the full e-Vidhan in the Himachal Pradesh Assembly, and it was so nice to see the amount of work which has been done 10 years back or 9 years back in the Vidhan Sabha of Himachal Pradesh. And now I'm happy to note that it has now spread and it has now expanded the same. I'm sure I have not got a chance to visit. Many states were sharing their examples and their experiences of implementing NeVA in their assemblies and the councils. So I'm sure they would have all come back to the same level and they would have all learned from the experiences from each other by the lateral sharing. It also gives me a great achievement that each NIC of state unit is, I'm also able to see some of the state secretaries here who came during the last IT secretaries meeting, which was called by METI about a month and a half back. And each NIC unit is involved with the Legislative Assembly and the Council and helping them implement. And obviously the team is at the center, is also very strongly involved and stakeholder and helping, working together with Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs to make the software robust. Can I go to the slide? I will only take one slide. How do we? Just take to NIC role. Roll. Next. That's it. So I'd like to spend few minutes here for role of NIC, where it can help each Vidhan Sabha and and the council. On the right side, it is all the role of a NIC state center. So our state center is deeply involved and it can help you. What I understand is 9 states have already implemented to some advanced stage and 17 states have signed an MOU. So those 9 states which are yet to start the implementation, they can possibly take help of NIC State Center in getting the DPR prepared, getting the money sanctioned from the ministry and their state government. And NIC will also help in doing the technical advice in the procurement, because we are a technical organization, a scientific organization, so we'll be able to help you out. And we have been working with the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and many more projects of the state government. So the project is not tough. All we need to do is, and this is the first good project where everything is online. So possibly the load on the assemblies for maintaining local servers and maintaining local applications doesn't exist. It's just like any other cloud application which you use every day on your mobile or internet banking or any other application, ticket booking or any such thing. So everything is hosted on cloud. So cloud comes under the responsibility of the central team. The application responsibility is in the central team. So on the left hand side, when you see hosting of NeVA on Meghraj, so I'll spend about a minute here. This is on cloud. This is the heart of the application, because if the cloud doesn't work nicely or the cloud has performance issues, then you will have difficulty when your members are accessing it or when your staff of the assembly is from the back end, they are putting the data. SIO is I'm seeing many SIOs here, which is NIC State Informatic Officer. He is the head of the NIC state unit in each state. And he is a member of your monthly review committee of the project. And anything where you feel that something is not working fast enough and you need more support from NIC, you can directly involve SIO, and if it needs to be escalated, then please feel free to escalate either directly to NIC headquarters or to Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and we'll work with them together how to strengthen and resolve the issues. And the central team is primarily doing the project management unit, and I am sure in very near future, maybe a year or so, all the state assemblies and councils will come onto the NeVA platform, and all of you have already explained about the NeVA platform, so I'm not repeating it. We use it every day in our daily day-to-day life in our office. Everything has become digital, and the pace of digital has increased so much in last 7, 8, 9 years that we hardly even go to the shop to buy something. We order everything digitally. So it has become so convenient. I don't even remember when did we visit the bank last, or when did I use my checkbook last. So everything is by the digital method. And same will happen in the parliament and in the assembly's proceedings. Every question, every notice, every TADA, every e-office, everything will happen on the portal. Two things I wanted to previously. No, I wanted to show that it's cloud. Okay, cloud hosting. This I will only take 2 more minutes, and two areas only I wanted to highlight. See, as I said that most of you are doing the IT management in the house, and network management, as my colleague from Mizoram said, is extremely important, because if you are not online, you won't be able to access the application. So being online from the assembly is very important. And the devices which you put inside the house, and the devices which you put in the back-end office, where your sections and other processes, the questions are analyzed and decided, and whatever process is being followed. Hosting is very important for all the 36, 37 assemblies. And over the last few years, the clouds have matured greatly. Okay. And you must be all aware that every application is on the cloud. NIC has also done new initiatives in the cloud, and we are also trying to partner with the Indian industry and trying to get modern cloud services, which means that whenever your application demands more resources, the clouds automatically give you more power, more compute power, more storage, more memory. And whenever your application, for example, in the night, or maybe when your session is not happening, the quantity and the requirement of the cloud is less, then it automatically frees the resources. And it's just like the electricity bill in your home. The amount of electricity you use, you pay only for that. So the whole model of cloud has changed. You don't have to buy servers, then install software, and then take licenses of the products. Because if you go into that route, your flexibility is less, and you have to invest quite heavy in the beginning, and then the IT technology becomes obsolete very fast, 3 to 4 to 5 years. So then you'll have to reinvest, etc., etc. So instead of that, what we have used as a concept in NIC, which is going to be launched very soon, in 2 or 3 months, the orders have already been placed. On our premises, which is called Meghraj, on our premises, we will be offering cloud on pay-as-you-use option. You use less, you pay less. You use more services, you pay more services. Just like any other service, like hotel also is a service. So whatever you use, you pay for it, and you don't invest in making this building for making a hotel. We are moving many of our big national applications on this modern cloud. It will be cheaper, it will have more powerful features, and even applications. I heard some of them mentioning about reporting, mobile app. I'm sure the application will keep evolving. There must be so many things in the pipeline because it never, you always keep on improving and adding more features on every application. So it will be in this life cycle also. So once you have modern facilities on the cloud, application building becomes much, much easier because you immediately, there are a lot of building blocks on the cloud and you start developing your applications. The second point which I wanted to just highlight because there are all the states which are represented here, I want to highlight the issue of cyber security because so far everybody has spoken about the services part of it. What features, how is it ease of use, saves money, saves paper, green, etc. But in today's world, and since you are handling a very important area, it's the assembly and the council, and obviously it becomes public once it is debated in the house and once it gets published on the website for everybody to see. But I see some of the modules here, until it is tabled on the house, it's private. Okay? It's the information, and there are a lot of information which belongs to the members, and a lot of processing which happens, like somebody mentioned notices, questions, etc. So till that time, the information has to be kept very securely. And cyber security is a big issue, and I wanted to flag it because this was an opportunity for me to increase the awareness, because all of you are on the internet, or because just like Mizoram was just explaining the slide of the network, that they have a connectivity from a private service provider and from NIC as a duplicate. So all of you are using internet right up to the house on the table of the member, right? So it becomes vulnerable because there are so many threats, so many malwares, and so much other information. So I just wanted to leave a thought here that maybe ministry can help you by providing some additional funds if required, or your own state assemblies can do the funding. But you need to have, while giving services, you should be keeping cyber security at the back of your mind, that all your data, see, securing on the cloud side primarily looks like NIC's responsibility. Okay. So NIC will definitely take care of it. But then a lot of things get downloaded onto the local servers or onto the local devices. And nowadays, there are so many incidents which are happening nationally and internationally, where data gets leaked, and dark web and other places there are, for example, you must have heard about this incident of AIMS, where the data got locked. It was leaked was a separate issue, but this was, the data got locked, which means that somebody came, locked, encrypted the data, and which could not be used again unless you open the key again. So you have to keep this in mind, whatever system integrators or managed IT service provider, I'm sure, because each state assembly would have definitely hired an agency to maintain and manage the network, maintain and manage the equipment, maintain and manage the Wi-Fi or whatever other infrastructure is in the house or in the complex. So you have to include this cyber security as a part of his SLA or as a part of his responsibility, and ensure that your data of the members and data of, until it gets published onto your website and until it becomes open for everybody, then it is just like any other website. Because somebody yesterday, my team was showing me that there is some information which is available on the website which gets published, but then there is a lot more on the back end which gets processed. So these are the 2 or 3 issues. Cloud hosting, where I will request Secretary Sir and Additional Secretary Sir to just have a look at the option. NIC team might come and explain you that option, and look for migrating into that option where better services can be offered, because you have to give it to 35 states at a much cheaper rate and more services. And cyber security obviously has to be taken care at the server side also, because otherwise if the server, somebody attacks the server, then this data gets vulnerable, or it gets locked, etc. And managed service provider for all of you, and about rest of the thing I don't have to explain, because you are the domain experts in your areas and you definitely have benefited from NeVA. So I extend my best wishes. In few years' time, every state assembly should be at par with the best in the competition among the state assemblies. What I remember, I saw 9 years back in Himachal. So if every state assembly can reach that stage, that will also be a very good effort, where everything they showed me was purely digital, including voting and everything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajesh Geraji, for thought-provoking intervention at this stage. And you have given certain suggestions, and you have promised that you will be sending your team to us, and so that we can do some modifications and improvements in the system. That is welcome. They are invited to come to me and my secretary at the earliest. Thank you very much. And now I request
a couple of points.
Yes, sir.
What the DG NIC has told overall, all the state NIC, I mean, it's morely the NIC officers has to, the two things which the DG has told. Number one is migration to the cloud. We'll examine it quickly, 2, 3, 4 important officers we select from the NIC and other things. We will see how best we can use the transition if it is offering it more services, and it will be beneficial for the state governments. The second thing most important is the security audit. There cannot be any compromise. This also will see to it that it will be part of the inbuilt in this. Funds is not a constraint, but when you take up the security,
part of the DPR also.
We will ensure that we will relook at this thing, and maybe going ahead we will see that how the security can be done. But as again, we should thank Rajesh. I spoke to him and he readily agreed to come. And truly this NIC hand-holding program. I request all the NIC staff, they are doing good work, but the proof of pudding lies in transition to the new, all the assemblies should be onboarding the NeVA. I know there are challenges, state governments and assemblies, but I am sure half the mark we already done, and rest of the things we will be in continuous touch. In fact, I was putting up an idea to have a separate meeting with the NIC officers to look at this security and other issues, and also other technical issues. Maybe we'll plan it if things need not sorted out, then we'll seek your help again.
I am having a meeting with all NIC today at 6:15.
Yeah, please 6:15, but come back to our dinner, 7:30. That is what is so. But I am grateful again that this thing. I think your secretary is joining us tomorrow, and I am grateful for your department, because readily he has agreed. We reviewed a couple of months back to just get the momentum. But I would like a continuous coordination with the NIC and MOPA till the target of making this one nation and one application is achieved. So till that point we will continue to seek your help and guidance in running the program. Thank you very much.
Now quickly we will have the last session. They will tell you how to go about implementation of the project from the start to end. Yes. And in between, if required, for speeding up the things, I will also help them.
Can we start, sir? Good evening all. has been an extensive session for all. So first of all, I would like to thank you all for listening to us patiently. And we will be coming to our last session for the day. And here we will be discussing how you can onboard NeVA application. So as you know, all the other states at different level of readiness. Some have already gone live, some are starting, and some are in between. So for all benefit of all, we are quickly giving you some steps or some guidelines that how you can onboard NeVA applications, what are the essential things you need to do, and what are the things you must do so that things become more smooth and it can be implemented in lesser time and with more efficiency. So this you might be knowing that for onboarding NeVA, we are conducting our orientation workshop in the respective state legislatures, assembly or council. We are signing a MOU with the assembly and council, or the council, the legislatures I would say. Then you are forming a state project monitoring unit, which is submitting a detailed project report to us, which has been evaluated at the central level, and after which the funds are released to the respective state governments and eventually to the legislatures. And then you procure the hardware and manpower, and then you go live. So moving forward, this NeVA suite is divided into some basic components, which are software part, which is being done at the central level. Our central team at Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs has already developed a major part of this software, and 17 modules are ready with this. Then there's a funding part, which I will be telling in the latest slides. Then there's a hardware part, which you need to procure at the assembly and council level. Then there is manpower provisions, and then finally the capacity building and the going live for the legislatures. So moving forward, the software part, as I've already told you, it has been already covered by the central team, and we are constantly developing this software. 17 modules are up and running, and we are also taking local customization requests, but which are essential in nature and are critical for the functioning of the houses. So it is a generic product, so we are customizing it to that level that it is not creating any hindrance to any legislatures, and all the working can be done smoothly in this software. Whatever software development is done for one of the legislatures, automatically we are providing this thing to all the legislatures so that the benefit of one house can be imparted to other houses also. Further, recently we have developed our online support system through e-ticketing and help desk. So we will request any request for customization or any request relating to any more localization, any issues you might be facing with some of the modules, those can be catered through this e-ticketing software. And you need to assign one nodal officer for this. If any of the houses who is using the NeVA software has not assigned a nodal officer for this e-ticketing system, please assign it so that all your queries and all your feedbacks can come to us through this system. Coming to the steps to be taken for execution, the first and foremost thing is signing of a tripartite agreement. It's an agreement where 3 parties sign it. One is us, central government, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Second is the state assembly or legislature, where the project is being implemented. Third is the state government, and it is a budget line nodal department, which might be a parliamentary affairs department or a law department or IT department, which is decided as per in the states only. And the funds are transferred at the grant in aid to the respective state departments. And then eventually state departments put their share to it and pass it on to the executing agency, that is assemblies and the councils. Once you have signed the MOU, there is a need to form a state project monitoring unit, where the secretary of the state legislatures are the chairman, secretary IT, secretary finance department, secretary budget line department of the state government, secretary parliamentary affairs, state NIC officials, these are all the members. And any other person who is deemed fit by the chairman can be a member to this committee. Once this committee is formed, it takes care of all the financial and technical progress in the legislatures. This committee recommends to make changes and amendments in any acts and rules and regulations which are required for smooth running of this application and delivering all the aspects of this application in electronic mode. This committee also takes care of the maintenance and replacement of all the equipments, hardware procured by the legislatures. This committee helps in re-engineering the business processes for the simplification and for implementation of this application and recommends the release of funds to the central government. SPME also reviews the gives the monthly review of technical and financial progress of the project and submits to CPMU. And if there are any issues relating to any departments in implementation of this application, the committee is competent to resolve these also. And basically this committee is for all the aspects of implementation relating to NeVA application, and it also takes care of the awareness and the media plans for better propagation of this application. Coming to this high-level Apex committee, which is in general purpose committee of the House, which takes care of any changes in rules. Likewise, if some rules are required to be changed, for example, electronic laying, digital presentation of budget, so all those rules can be taken care by this general purpose committee, which is already in the houses. If there is not one, a high-level Apex committee for the similar functions can be formed, and its composition is simple. Here the chairman and the speakers are the chairman of the committee, and some of the nominated members are a part of it. This Apex committee also reviews in a broader way what is the progress of implementation of NeVA and recommends the changes in rules and procedure where the permission of the House is required to make any changes. Also, it resolves any issues faced by the state government departments in transferring electronic documents using NeVA software, and it also helps in the capacity building of the respective legislatures. Coming to DPR, while preparing a detailed project report, every house is required to prepare one detailed project report. Even if it is a bicameral legislature, both the houses are separately required to submit this detailed project report. It should be scrutinized by the IT department and submitted to us after the approval of SPMU only. That's why the formation of SPMU is critical, so that the DPR which should be sent to us should be approved by the State Project Monitoring Unit. Once it comes to the central level, a technical scrutiny of the DPR is done by the NIC in aspects of gadgets, equipments, their advocacy, and the financial appraisal is done by the MPA with respect to the money spent and as per the guidelines of the thing. And once all these technical scrutiny and financial scrutiny is done, the DPR is put to empowered committee for approval, and an empowered committee approves this DPR. So this is the composition of NeVA empowered committee, where our Secretary MP is the chairman, and Secretary Mighty, Financial Advisor, DG NIC, MD NICSI, Secretary of the concerned legislature, Secretary IT of the concerned legislature, Mission Leader MOPA are the members of this committee. Coming to the release of funds to the state governments, MP releases the funds to the respective state governments only, because it is a grant in aid, and the nodal departments transfers the fund to the executive authority, that is including the state share, that is the respective state legislatures. First installment, that is 20% of the amount, is released after the approval of DPR. Afterwards, second installment, which is 40% of the amount, is released after the receipt of utilization certificates. That's why UC is critical for submission, and afterwards the third and fourth installments are released in that part. So now I would like to request Ms. Priyanka to please tell about the procurement process.
Now, after the central funds are released, the respective legislature is required to initiate the process of procurement of hardware, software, and other services for NeVA implementation. For this, each legislature may adopt different modes, like placing orders through GEM platform for all the available items and services, which is the most preferred, so as to confirm with the Make in India clause of the Government of India. Second is the legislature can also opt for inviting open tenders, which will be as per the General Financial Rules 2017. Further, the state government can also follow their own established rules and procedures for the procurement. Next, this is the list for all the sanctioned items for NeVA implementation for the procurement process. So first is the touchscreen tablets and other devices which can be installed on each member's desk for running the digital house. Next is your touchpad for members for submission of questions and notices.
Priyanka, we will be sharing these presentations with them. Okay. So you need not tell everything. Okay, sir. You just give them broader ideas and we will be sharing presentation with them. They will be having, you can say, first-hand knowledge from
Fine,
them.
sir.
Okay.
So likewise, there are other items also. Coming to the networking items, we have LAN nodes, Wi-Fi and other other hardware items for better connectivity and facilities in the house. There's a list of various other items. So to sum up, I would say that this will be shared to you later on, the PPT. Next is the most important and integral part of our project, that is the capacity building. So in this, it plays a vital role in building the competencies of various stakeholders at different levels. So our central project monitoring unit, which is established in MPA, in consultation with SPMU, is required and conducts the various workshops at different levels. It conducts workshops at central level, like the national workshop of this kind. Then at state level, the orientation workshops for members of the legislatures, officials and the state government departments are also conducted. Also, the CPMU conducts various virtual workshops for various modules of NeVA. Also, for facilitating members of the legislatures, and officials of secretariat government departments, the NeVA Seva Kendra is being set up in various legislatures. Next is the manpower deployment. So here, each legislature is required to hire a maximum of 20 to 30 manpower, depending upon the strength of the members in that house for the NeVA implementation. This manpower can be hired from either GEM or NIXI. Also, each legislature can utilize the already existing manpower for the implementation purpose. Now, the NeVA is ready to be implemented in the house for conducting the digital sessions through the platform. Further, NeVA project is subject to internal audit by MPA prior to the release of 4th installment to the states. It is also subject to midterm review and end-term evaluation. NeVA is to be supported for a period of 36 months, that is 3 years from the date it goes live in the respective legislature. After which, it will be the sole responsibility of the state legislature for maintaining its hardware, manpower, and other resources from its own funds. But the Government of India will bear the cost of maintenance upgradation of the application. It will also provide the cloud hosting services and publicity and take care of the capacity building needs. Now, with this, our process for the implementation is complete. Now we'll quickly discuss few entities which play a major role, significant role in our project execution, which is Central Project Monitoring Unit. As I've already told earlier, it is established in MPA and is responsible for overall supervision and coordination of the activities of the project. And with the consultation, in tandem with the SPMU, it reviews the financial technical progress of the project from time to time. And the composition of CPMU is given here, which consists of our additional secretary, who's the mission leader and chairman of this committee. Then we have FA as its member, DG NIC, Joint Secretary MITI, MD NIXI, and other officers of the NIC as its members. Now, the roles and responsibilities which are entrusted with the CPMU consist of assessment of the progress of work and to advise the legislatures on various new direction and approaches that they can follow for better execution of the project. Further, it also examined the various requests from the legislature in terms of the fund releases so that it can be considered later by the empowered committee. Also, it may take advance action for the completion of the project for provision of establishment facilities and proper utilization of fund, and also for the capacity building and other initiatives. It also reviews the deliverables of the various agencies for the completion of the project. Now next, and the a very important entity in our project comes the NIC, which is also made the technology partner for execution of NeVA project. So the various roles of NIC at center and state level have already been explained to you by our DG NIC. So I'll take up all the roles in brief. So NIC at center level is responsible for development of NeVA, for which a project team has been formed at the central level. Then we have the provision of hosting services, for which the NeVA has already been hosted at the national cloud, that is our Meghraj. Then the live application is already is to be hosted at Bhubaneswar Center, and the DR site is being hosted at Hyderabad NIC Center. Now comes the roles of NIC at state level. In this, the NIC at state level is responsible for provision of the support services to the legislatures through the support service committee under the chairmanship of SIOs. Also, an NIC state level officer designated as the NeVA coordinator will be responsible for coordinating all the activities of NeVA implementation. NIC is also required to ensure the implementation of all the modules in the legislatures. Further, NIC is required to assist the legislatures in the preparation of DPR and gap analysis report of the already existing ICT equipment and other IT gadgets, as well as the manpower requirements, for which it can be technically scrutinized and submitted to the center. Also, NIC will assist in providing high-speed NICNet connectivity for uninterrupted operation of the project in all the legislatures. For that, as a backup, they may also coordinate with other ISPs. NIC is also responsible for assisting in setting up of webcasting infrastructure in the legislatures for providing live streaming of the House proceedings. Finally, we have NICSI as our implementing agencies for the project. So NICSI is responsible for providing implementation and support services through procurement of hardware and manpower that is required for the project through the tender process, for which they can empanel the vendors. Also, an exclusive officer of DGM level is also nominated at New Delhi as the NICSI coordinator for the implementation of NeVA. So with this, we come to the end of our entire procurement process and the roles and responsibilities of different entities. So we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big applause for
Arpit ji.
you for completing before time. Thank you very much.
Yes, and we also have mementos for them. I would request Mr. Surendra Palji, Secretary, Punjab Legislative Assembly, to present mementos to very dedicated team of NeVA. Priyanka ji and Arpit ji. Sir. आगे चलिए. Applause for the team. And of course, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Dr. Satya Prakash. Accolades for all the hard work that NeVA team is putting in. Well, delegates, thank you so much for such a productive session, for such useful exchange of information and experience. With this is the end of the session. Please join us for dinner at 7:30 p.m. Thanks a lot.